All right, let's get it started. I think today we're going to be playing Call of Duty Warzone. We're going to be dropping into some solos. I am playing on keyboard and mouse. If you guys are curious about what system I use, I play on PC. I'm basically the best ever. No, I'm kidding. I'm a washed Call of Duty player from like 10 years ago who used to be part of FaZe Clan and made montages at one point in time. And now I play randomly at random times during the day and try to get some gameplay. We're going to get back into Warzone a bit and try to get some solo gameplay. We'll see how that goes. That's going to be a struggle. But I can't imagine it's going to be too bad. Yesterday, we ended up with a really close final first game finish. And a couple other like wins in other modes. But I'd like to get a solo win in solos. And we haven't done it yet. Like, we've gotten like second, third, and then I always get like third-partied. And I want to end up getting a solo gameplay, you know, and try to like clean out that whole final circle. And we had a really solid game the other day. Unfortunately, I couldn't close it out. I ended up getting pinched. I shot a player, broke his armor, and then I immediately got shot in the back. And I had no cover, no hard cover. And I was able to like prone out for a second. And then I got shot in the back. Armor was broken. I stood up to try to fight, and then I died because the other guy shot me in the back. So life is hard sometimes. You can't always get what you want. And you can't always win games, but it is what it is. It's Call of Duty in general, in a nutshell. You're just kind of stuck. It's a really tough game to play in solos right now. Players tend to be a little bit more cautious, scared, and they want to win, so they hide. And they don't really fight unless you force them to fight. And most often, the biggest issue is that you push out, you don't see another player hiding in a corner, you die. The other issue is, like I mentioned earlier, you get pinched and you get stuck. So somebody else will see you and they kill you, and then you're just like in trouble. But over time, you get better at it and you learn. It's been a minute since I played this game, so we will probably make progress over time. I'm still relearning my keybinds. For those of you guys that don't know, keybinds are really straightforward. It's just what you have your settings for your button layout. But on PC, you're able to customize them a bit if you're unfamiliar with being a PC player, keyboard, mouse. So you can change what button does whatever action. So if I want my left mouse button to reload, I could switch it to that. I mean, I don't see why you would do it, but you could. In theory, hold on. I'm tangled up here. I'm trying to fix my stuff. All right, what's the circle look like? Airport wouldn't be a bad one. We can always go down to like Storage Town, Junkyard, Superstore maybe, but I think that's a little. That's not far, but it's gonna be a little hot. I'm thinking like Storage maybe. I don't really like Storage. Sometimes I do, but like the loot's a little spread out, which is not usually a problem. It's more about having to deal with just really awkward angles from time to time, and those angles can bite you in the butt. He went inside that build. He grabbed something. Any gun would be a good gun, because that guy is like right to my left. That is not a good gun. I thought there was loot up top, but I guess I got hosed. I don't think he expected that. It was a good armor break. I want to find a gun that's not a scoped gun. Maybe like a red dot, kilo. Something a little more close range, a little more snappy. I don't like pushing corners and have this like slower ADS, but that one's actually not too bad. It's actually okay. I thought it'd be a lot worse for some reason. Oh, there's a safe. I gotta open the safe. I don't have the skin yet. Alright, I'm just gonna unlock it real quick. Nope. Okay, so we got the SWAT. We got this RP. Oh, it's a PU-21. A little different than I thought or imagined. I don't really need to fight anything right now. It doesn't really matter.
Objective simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
Was it fighting out here or out here? My bounty's behind me. It's probably the guy I shot earlier, but I think there's two. Unless they kill each other. Who knows? So he's somewhat close. He's right next to me. Uh-oh. What's up, Prophecy? How you doing, man? Welcome back.
Well done.
There's another one. He killed my bounty. I was right there. We're two.
Gas is moving.
He's still inside. I hear him. How am I gonna lose that? That's crazy. I mean, I am using a submachine gun from a slightly longer range, but I mean, how'd he plate so fast? Or was it two players? It's gotta be the same guy. That's just bad. So why do people punch you in the gulag? Like, it's just so annoying. They need to make the sound a little quieter. It's just so loud. Thanks for the 310 stars already. Things are happening. That's early. You love to see it. Appreciate the stars. I'll go ahead and pin that for the day. Appreciate you. Thanks, Reaper. How you doing? Lost because of SOG. Yeah. I mean, it's a submachine gun, but it shouldn't be that bad. And he was broken earlier, so maybe he wasn't fully broke, but no, he was. What the fuck was that? Whiffing shots, dude. That's okay. Alright, let's reset. Ugh, I'm like anxious or just I can't relax. Should have done a couple warm-up games in casual. I think solos just makes me a little jumpier than other game modes. Double shotgun. No thanks. Car 98. Iron sight. C9's not bad, but I wouldn't put it up there as being like one of the best submachine guns. I think it's okay. You got a gold C9, you got a shotgun. I could get a loadout. Why do I hear? I do hear him. Holy shit. He's gonna push. Damn. Is that it? Oh, it's this shotgun. Wait, did he snipe me or hit me with the shotgun? Or is it the shotgun constantly from that distance? That was crazy. mean, he might have used the Car 98 that was in there, and he broke my armor and then shotgunned me. That might make more sense. I didn't see the lens flare on it, but remember when I picked it up and I swapped it for something else? Maybe that's what happened, and then he used the Car 98. It just felt like a shotgun both times. But I was like, I don't think you can break armor from that far with a shotgun. Not in one shot, so that must have been the Car 98 on the first shot. I kind of got stuck underneath the car, though, or like the plane. So I couldn't really move side to side, so I was standing still a little bit. How am I doing, Paul? I'm doing all right. How about yourself? Do I like the map? I mean, it's Call of Duty. If I'm being honest, I don't really like playing COD at the moment. And I've talked about that. It's like, well, why are you playing COD if you don't like playing it? Because you guys like watching it. It's the only game I can play where people actually watch it or engage with me. So I'm like, I'll play it. But I think there's parts of it I like. But the downside is it's Call of Duty. So it's not the best battle royale, in my opinion. Like it doesn't capture my attention somewhat like other games. And I played it for so long that novelty has worn off. But it can still be enjoyable at certain points. It is fun. It can feel rewarding. But there's moments about Call of Duty that make it dislikable, that are irritating and frustrating. And I think that being mixed in with me playing this game for, I don't know, 15 years or so. Like, if you look back at, like, my gaming history, it's like, well, you ask anybody who's played Call of Duty since probably COD 4. Like, yeah, Call of Duty 4 since COD 4. That's kind of funny. I think COD 4 came out in, what, like 2008? Or was that earlier? I don't know. And now it's 2025. And you've been playing Call of Duty like 10 hours a day for 10 years, full time as a job. Yeah, that's going to make your opinion a little jaded. like you're going to stop liking it a little bit more each and every day. But there's still some cool things about it. Do I like this map probably more than the last Call of Duty? Yeah. It's the same COD. They just changed the map again, right? So it's similar, but I think it's weird that in order to make Call of Duty fun again, they had to move back 5 years in time. It's like, oh, let's give you the old map again. And it's like, what happened to making a newer or better map? It's like, no, we just got to go back to Verdansk because we suck at making new maps and they just don't work. I do well on Warzone? Well, yeah, when I'm actually good at it. I'm still warming up, though. I'm going to say that for a long time until I start confidently winning games. But I haven't played COD for years, and I still feel rusty. There's a lot of movement mistakes I make. There's a lot of things that you guys don't think are mistakes, but I know that I'm not as good as I once was. Part of that is just when you don't play for 2 years, you're not familiar with the game. You don't have the right loadout setups yet. You don't remember how to do certain things. Your keybinds are different. You're playing at different sensitivities. You're relearning everything. It takes a while. And I'm a little more harsh on myself overall. Like, I'm a little more judgmental. I think most people are like that about their own selves in gameplay. But I still gotta, you know, learn how to do things how I used to. Because right now I'm currently, like, thinking about how to do stuff. And it's like, oh, I gotta press this button. Or I need to press that button. Where's that button? Versus, you know, 10 years ago, 5 years ago when I was playing this full time, it was a little different. It's just, you don't think about it. You just do it. It's muscle memory. So those little moments set me back because I'm still like thinking, like, how do I do this? What button is that? Like, what's my keybind? Like, you'll see me throw grenades at the wrong time. Just shit like that. So there's definitely moments that I still have to readjust to. And once I like get more familiar with it, and I get used to the sensitivities that I'm setting at, I get better loadouts, I level my guns up again. Yeah, things will be good. But it's that whole step of getting there first, which takes a lot of time. The question, though, is for this game, what gun do I want to use?
You're being tracked by an enemy squad.
I think he's going to be in the window, or is he going to be up top? He's like right here. I thought he was outside the wall. I heard him, and it was really far. And then when I walked past, I was like, oh, fuck, he's right there. That was my fault. I misheard. That's rough, dude. All right, this guy playing outside was Mike's going like the whole time. That's fucking crazy. How do I mute that? I don't think you can you? Because I'm in the gulag? That's fucking crazy. I can turn it. I can turn the volume off. Now I won't hear it. That's bad. That is awful. All right. Back in the gulag yet again. Like I've been here for a while. You just gotta get like the two piece. You gotta get like one or two in the chest, and then if you can hit a headshot, it's GG's. Every time with the handgun, every time. There's probably gonna be a guy here. Yeah, fuck it. That door up top was open. Like this door here, which is usually not open. Okay, just crouch walking, no footsteps. Sick. I had no idea he would be inside the doorway. He probably heard me land, so he just crouched and walked up top. And when you don't hear any footsteps, there's no way to know a player is gonna be there. They're gonna have the advantage every time. So that's rough. What's up, John? How you doing, man? Should probably move my YouTube chat. There. I should be able to see that. Actually, no, I want to move. I'll put Twitch chat here. YouTube chat, maybe there. My Facebook chat's more active. I don't like stacking the windows like that. I don't know. I need to figure out a way to get the chats. Maybe I could do a combined chat. Would that work better? What's up, Drew? How you been, man? Fell off the planet? Kinda. Kinda wanted to fall off the planet. Yeah, I don't like how that looks. Too many moments there. Do we do solos or should I just do like a casual mode? I might do casuals for a bit. I'm thinking about just doing a casual squad and then warm up for a while, then go to solos. Otherwise, I just kind of raw dogged it right into solos. You know how that works. You get fucked, apparently. Damn, that's crazy. Hutch shaved his head. I wonder if that was because he thought he was balding and he decided it would look better without shaving, or good for him. That's fucking awesome. I just see a bunch of memes of him on my timeline of him being bald. He's an old COD creator that I used to watch, and he does political commentary now, which is kind of interesting. Sometimes he has okay takes. Sometimes they're a little too much, but he's all right. He's all right. He's a good dude. Good dude. I liked his COD gameplay. Holy fuck! I saw a video of him recently. I want to repost it to my page. I wonder if the creator would let me, or I'll just repost it anyway. But it was like back when machinima was a thing. I don't know if you guys remember what machinima was. If you don't, you never had a childhood or never grew up during a good time period for Call of Duty content or gaming in general. But machinima was a YouTube channel, and it was a multi-channel network. And what they would do is back in like YouTube infancy, where they would sign content creators to upload videos to their page. And they were one of the largest, if not the largest, YouTube channel at the time. And you would basically sign a contract and you would give them videos to upload. And most of them were commentary style, Call of Duty gameplay. There were some other like skits and things that were posted there, but it was mostly COD creators that would post to Machinima at that time. And Hutch plus a bunch of other creators were there. And then even myself, I was on Machinima briefly. I think I had like a couple videos that got uploaded, which is fucking cool. I was super excited about it. I was like, I'm going to make so much fucking money. Like, it's going to be great. And I think my first paycheck from Machinima was like 50 cents. It was horrendous. And I was like, oh, that's not so good. And it's like, no, that's really not good. But the video I saw was a throwback to all the Call of Duty creators back from like 2008, 2011. And it was like a introduction video. So it went back and it was like, hey, it was the introduction from all the streamers, all the creators on that page. And it was just their intros. You know, back then it's like Muzzafuzza, Hutch, C-Nanners, God, who else? Probably Randy Savage. I don't know how to say his name. Sandy Ravage. Something like that. He still streams, by the way, which is fucking hilarious. Love to see it. Love to see it. And then, I don't know, the nostalgia was pretty fucking hard because I was like, fuck, I know all these guys. Like, crazy. On YouTube? I am on YouTube right now, Rebar. How do I say your name? Reber? Rebar? Also, what is your name? I'm assuming it's... it doesn't sound like... Oh, that's awkward. Think I could challenge that? Fuck yeah. If I had a sniper rifle, I'd smoke his face. I don't have a grenade. This is awkward. Yeah. Stop it. Your mom's a hoe. Let me fuck your face. Is that a riot? I thought he pulled out a riot shield. I was like, what? Since when? I was like, that's the goofiest looking fucking riot shield I've ever seen. Alright, I'm also finding a shitload of these, dude. I have a gold one. Watch out, boys. It's getting serious. How did he lose that with an AK? I don't know. My man can't control his recoil. That's all I can tell you. The AK is so good right now. It's so good. And if you headshot with it, oh, you might as well pack it up, boys. Pack it up. Oh, you can't hit shit. You suck. Go back to Fortnite. Okay, so he got a car. I'm gonna go fight this piece of shit. I'm being hunted. I didn't realize. Your mom's a hoe. Fuck, I don't see him. Oh, he's on the tower. Okay, that stings. That stings. That stings, sir. That stings. He just knows. He's just a knower. Oh, there's a door there? Since when is there a door on that? I didn't know there was a second door. There was never a door there in the other game. It was the tunnel underneath, but there's never a door. That's fucking crazy. So there's moments like that. And I'm 99% sure I'm not misremembering. Like 99.9999. Maybe 8% sure that there's not a door there on the other version of this. I thought it was like a long tube and there was a hole in the bottom that you could climb under if you went prone. But there's no door on that opposite side. But I guess in this version there is? seems a little unnecessary. Like, I mean, I get the change in the update, and that's okay. But a little warning would be nice, because I'm like, oh, he can't peek me from there. So I push in, and I'm like, I'm safe. I can play, I can reload, and now I'm dead. It's like, well, why? That's because that piece of shit has a door that I didn't know about. I mean, that's fair, right? That's fair. Yeah, so there's little moments like that that make me look like an amateur, and I don't like that. I really don't. But it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Can't find Cross on YouTube. All right, so what I want you to do, in the description of my video, there's a link where it says Linktree. Click that. And then on that, it'll bring up a page that's like a long page that scrolls down. There should be a link where it says YouTube. And you click it, and it'll take you to my YouTube channel. So the Linktree link is a way to have a link to multiple different sites. And it's like pinned. Or, I don't think it's pinned. It might be pinned. I don't know. YouTube's weird. Yeah, there's a door there. The fuck? The fuck? He's just better than me, dude. He's built different. I'm gonna get sniped. I don't really want to fight. He's gonna drive his car over here and fuck me. Oh, there's two of them. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get run over. Maybe not. Maybe not. False alarm. False alarm. Yeah, the hole was in the floor, but now they have a door there, which I get. I kind of like the idea of it, but knowing that ahead of time before I fight a player, and I'm like, oh, he can't peek me when I walk in this doorway, to him having a full-on angle at my face and just like, ha, and it's like, I didn't know there's a door there. Like, that's not cool. Like, that's really not cool. It's kind of fucked up. I want the AK. Give me that. Gimme. Alright, there's a guy chilling down here. He's just hiding. He's positioning. You don't look like an amateur, bro. No, I'm definitely not an amateur. I just feel like one. But you also have to understand, too, I'm highly critical of my own gameplay because I've been doing this for so long. And the main difference between me and, like, another player is that I've been doing this forever. Okay, a lot of dancing for nothing there, buddy. I've been doing this forever, but when you don't play for 2 years and you go back to playing a game, it's like learning how to ride a bike. However, you really suck. Like, you're just like, man, I'm a little washed here. Like, I don't quite know what I'm doing. I'm not as good as I once was. And it takes time to adjust, you know? Like, it really does take a lot of time to adjust. Yeah, that ain't good. Like, it takes a lot of time to get better at what you're doing, you know? Now, I'm probably gonna do things a little better than most, still. But I'm also going to lose a lot of easy gunfights. And part of that's just relearning, being unfamiliar with my sensitivity, my muscle memory, my reaction speed. I changed my keybind, so if I want to prone out, I can't press control. I have to press my mouse button now to do this. And sometimes I press the wrong one. Like right there, I dove like that instead of proning. So I pressed the wrong mouse, I pressed the wrong button. But it's like, well, you wouldn't know that because you're not me playing. And you don't even realize that I make that mistake. However, me, being the guy that's playing, I realize those things. But as a viewer, you don't. And I'm not saying that's a problem. It's just sometimes I'm just like, ah, fuck, I could have been a lot better than that. Like, and I make mistakes, and shit happens. It's Warzone. But I'm kind of going through like a relearning phase of just figuring things out again, getting used to it. You know, just kind of relearning, you know. And it takes some time. Lots of time. But I'd say if I play this game consistently, like 10 hours a day for like a month, Why can't I use the buy station? Can you only buy like one item and then it's like eat a bag of dicks? Like, what was that? I pressed it, but nothing popped up. That's kind of weird. Huh. I don't know. That's a new one to me. Is it a glitch?
Moving here. Enemy UAV is online.
It might be a glitch. All right. I want AKHDR like old times. I wanted to buy a self-res there, but the game was like, eat a bag of dicks. You're not buying a self-res. I was like, but it's my money and I want it now. Game doesn't care. There's a safe up top. I want to go get it. I'm also going to snipe this guy in the face. I fucking told you I was going to snipe that guy in the face. You think I'm a liar? I'm going to go up here. I'm going to open the safe. I'm going to grab that skin that I don't have yet. And I need it. I'm probably also going to get sniped in the face. Where's the skin, game? Think I hit these shots for free? Unbelievable. This game is rigged. Some guy called a loadout in, probably over here. Okay. We're warming up. We're warming up. I think even less than 10 hours a day, you're already better than most grunts. Oh, for sure. But you seriously underestimate how bad the average COD player is. The average COD player, and I'm not trying to like make fun of people. You have to understand, the average COD player is bad. And part of that is inexperience. They don't play 10 hours a day. They don't play for years at a time. But they're just trying to survive. And they play like this. And if there's loot on the ground, they're just like, what's that loot? Let me go. And they like kind of look at it. They don't know what to do. They're like, oh, okay, thank you. And then like, they just kind of, you know, they're very slow. That's the average player. Whoa, that was a fucking crazy shot, dude. No way that's real. No way. No fucking way. He jumped up, knew exactly where I was, and headshotted my ass. Okay, it's probably real, but still. That shit was crazy. Or he's a wizard. I don't know. One or the other. He's probably a wizard. Also, do bullets go through glass and not lose damage? Is that still a thing? He probably saw me on the radar when I shot the first guy, so he had a general idea of where I was, aimed, jumped, and then just shot and got lucky. But that was fucking nutty. It's nutty enough to make me go, let me reconsider my life choices. And when in doubt, I'm gonna go fuck off. You know, when people do some sus shit, and I'm just trying to get top 10, I'm not about it. I'm like, look, I'll fight you, but not like that. No, 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 no. That shit was crazy. Usually I'm the one doing the sus shit. Not that time. He's a wizard, dude. He's got wizard mystical powers. Harry Potter up in this bitch, all right? That shit's crazy. Oh, he ducked, you piece of shit. It means he's being sniped by a guy up here in front of me. Now, is the guy up on the rooftop with me? Or is he down low and shot over? Oh, oh, he's underneath me. I can hear him.
Gas is inbound.
Oh, you can't go in there yet. That's weird. You know, it'd really be cool? A satchel. That'd be sick. Super sick. Where's this rat? Reload the submachine gun. Hey, It's an AK-47, sir. But good catch. Good catch. Good idea. You're right. Just looking out for me. Mind your bit. No, I'm kidding. That was helpful. Actually, it was really helpful. So there's a dude down here somewhere, and another guy got sniped from out here. This guy almost got killed. I don't know where the fuck he is, but I gotta go over there. Maybe he went all the way around. Also, the fall damage, even though that doesn't really hurt me, scares me. It's like I'm getting shot. I think if they lowered the volume on that, that'd be kind of a nice feature. Like, yeah, you're dropping down and you're getting hurt, but it's like, it sounds like you're getting shot. Woo! Good day, sir. Come on, you're gonna peek me. It's fine. Only I aim for the face. That's kind of a hard headshot, though. Usually... Whoa! Usually when I aim for faces, it's really hard to aim for a face when a guy's sniping at you, so you don't want to stand there like a dummy too long, because, well, if he shoots you in the face, you're in trouble. But if you break armor, he'll stay down. He knows it won't hit him in time. But if you break armor, you can kind of push things. I didn't really want to do that, but I think I'm just going to do that because the other guy behind me still. Like, I could probably push and challenge him, but if he jumped down, it's going to be a bit more of a challenge because I still got that other guy behind me. Looks like that's what happened. Because there's a guy out here. So he probably jumped down. But I don't want to climb that ladder and have to fight him. That sucks. Alright, so he's either up top or he's out back somewhere. I'm probably going to get sniped in the butt. I don't like it. I really don't. It's an awkward position. Also, I don't like how they changed that rooftop either. It sucks. I just see him right here. There's no reason for him to be right there, right? Players do weird things. What a zone, though. What a zone. I'm gonna go through all the hot areas to get where I want to go. I don't really need to fight anybody. If I just want to get a win, I could just take my sweet little time. Don't mind me. Just sneaking through. I'm not checking these buildings like a dummy. I should check those buildings. That'd be a good idea. I want to get up there. But I got to rotate through a pretty busy section, which is not good. People like to sit in these builds. And then there's probably a guy like creeping in from over here somewhere, if not already up on that hilltop. That hilltop's pretty hot. I like that. Ooh. Ooh. I saw a leaf. Is that a player? A bush? This building for sure. I don't have a heartbeat either. That's gross. Everyone else is gonna have heartbeats. I don't. I should probably rock one, to be honest. And that's technically not safe. This is all bad. I'm definitely gonna get shot in the back. There's probably a dude in the house. I think I just saw somebody. Oh, I gotta move that. Scooch my mouse pad over. Hold on, I'm fixing things. Hard part being on PC again is sometimes I smack my keyboard with the mouse, or I run out of mouse pad. Really not a fun but comfortable position to be in. All right, let's do this. People gonna be on the buy for sure. Could be a guy down here on the ridge line. 2 vehicles up here. That's sketch. Not enough for UAV. That sucks. Interesting, though. It's like further down.
Relocating safe zone. No more fighting in the gulag.
I could take the car with me.
Moving here. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
I don't like it, man. I could take the car. It's like not the worst position to be in, but it's just so open from some guy crouching and walking around that I don't like that. And I have no clue where anybody is. I also don't have a trophy. Oh, hold on, I fucked that up. There's gotta be a guy behind me back there. Like, I just don't trust it, dude. I don't trust it at fucking all. It's such a big area to rotate, so you'd probably catch one or two chilling back here. There's a dead guy. Oh, that's awkward. I'm gonna die. Alright, game. Come on, let me out of the gas. That's fucking crazy. And that gas is serious. Like, let me in the car. Definitely probably a dude here. There's 5 players left. There's a loadout here. This is a big circle for 4 players. He doesn't have to move yet. Oh, there he is. Damn, that was rough. What did I say about people, dude? What did I say about people ratting?
You're losing ground. Moving.
Ah, my mixer got in the way. That's awkward. I hope you got plates, because I'm fucking toast. There's gonna be that guy to my right. He was down there.
Gas is inbound.
He's right here.
GG's. I don't like the smoke plays. I'm not used to that. They have so many smokes now. All right, there's your solo win. That wasn't so bad. A little campy toward the end, but my big deal is I've played solos recently a bit, and every top circle is always a dude with a heartbeat, and they sit and they prone on the edge of the gas. So I don't feel super comfortable running out there and challenging one-on-one and just getting in these final fights. Like, I want to make sure nothing's in the grass proned out behind me with like a Terminator skin, and they're just sitting there with a heartbeat. I shoot a dude, and the next thing I know, the guy's like 2 feet behind me in the grass and he kills me. So that's why I'm being more hesitant with my play. Like, normally I just run over there, drive that guy, run over that guy, play really aggressive and just pressure him. But with this, I'm like, I just want to secure a win. It's only 6 kills, not whatever, you know, it's nothing impressive, but I mean, it's still a win. So GG's. Like, that's not bad. Pinging through smoke. I don't know if you can ping through smoke. I think, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, I think you can ping a player before he goes into the smoke and it'll stay highlighted. But after, like if he's in the smoke, you can't ping him because you can't see him. That's my guess, but maybe I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, that's crazy if you could just ping somebody in the gas. I almost didn't see him sneak up on the right side there. His character just kind of blended in with the grass. Like, it's very pale on my screen. Like, it's very washed out color-wise. So you have a guy wearing like yellow-green color outfit, and the background is yellow, tan, and green as well. And he's throwing smoke, so you're looking at the smoke, you're thinking like, okay, he's either in it, hiding, or he's going to be around it and sneak around it. And then when you're looking left and he's on the right, you're like, oh, there he is. He's like right there by the grass. But I don't know if you can ping through smoke. I don't think you can. Sup, Reber? How you doing? You found the YouTube channel. How you been? That wasn't a bad win, though. I mean, it was a warm-up game. How many people can say their warm-up game results in a win? Also, too, low kill counts. Let's talk about low kill counts. The question is the win the same with 10 kills, 20 kills, or 3 kills? Statistically, yes. If you win, you win. You can win with 0 kills, and that's still a win versus not winning. Like, if you get 19 kills in a game and die and lose, well, that's still a loss. And if you won with 1 kill, I mean, that's a win. So personally, I think it comes down to what you want to do in the game, what your viewpoint is, how your play style is. I think content creators and streamers realistically try to push that as high as possible because they feel like if you're dominating a battle royale, the more kills you get, the better you are, is the logic. But I think there's a bit of a fallacy there where the average player just wants to win the game. If they win with 3 kills versus 20 kills, they don't care. They want to win the game. Everyone wants to get more kills because it feels better. But I think the idea of like pushing and having to get kills, I don't know. I think for a casual, the average person, as long as you win the game, you win the game. So that's got to be, what is your goal? Is your purpose to win and get kills or just to get kills? So I think most people like just winning in general, at least for the average person. Now, content creators pushing out YouTube videos, that's a little bit different. If you're making YouTube videos talking about how you're the best player ever and you have the highest kill-death ratio, well, yeah, it makes sense for you to want to play and fight and be aggressive. Because you're going to want to get kills. You're going to want to make the game a little more exciting to watch of you getting in constant gunfights for 20 minutes. Versus if you're a strategy player or a casual player, you sit in a building and you wait. Like, there's a big strategy difference on that. But the reason streamers do high kill counts is because it gets higher viewership generally. There are exceptions to those rules, though. There are content creators that do low kill gameplays and they just win games. And they talk strategy. That's usually what the trade-off is. You either do strategy gameplay, high kill gameplay, tips and tricks, you know, best loadout, best weapon setups, things of that nature. Or you just do, hey, here's my 42 kill solo gameplay with a handgun. And it's like, what? So we won a game today already. That's neat. Oh, I'm so fucked here. Want that one. This one has a optic on it. It's better. Think I could shoot him through the wall.
Positive ID on the
Oh.
bounty target.
Oh.
Down.
He'll never see it coming. Wish I had a grenade. Oh, he's ballsy. How do I voice comm? Like, how do I, like, talk in game chat? Is it just like, hey, what are you doing over there? Like, how do I VoIP? Crazy. I don't think he knew about me. I think I was a different player. That's nuts. I didn't even know he was there. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna work on my headshots, dude. Okay. Let's go find a better short-range gun. Maybe not an HDR that I already have, but I'll take it. Some ammo. It is what it is. That AK though. Gotta love the AK. Wonder what the reason is behind like not using it for some players. I think right now, I mean, I guess you have a selection. You can use the AK. You could use the GRA. You could use the Kilo. The AMAX. There's a variety of what you could technically use right now. It depends. Am I gonna grind Warzone again? Maybe. Maybe. I might. Depends on, you know, if I make enough money doing YouTube videos or, well, Facebook videos and subs and everything that I can do it full time. Otherwise, I'm just playing until I get a job. And then you'll never see me again. No, I'm kidding. I'll probably do content creation and stuff for a while. Oh, what is it? Oh, there's 4 or 5 of them here. Fuck. There's still that other guy behind me. Oh, it makes footstep sounds. That's the other guy that I tried to kill.
Targets evaded. Bounty contract being pulled.
Who the fuck? Any plates, dude. There's like 3 people there, and I keep getting shot in between them, and I can't fight one at a time. I need armor. Do I go across the way? Another guy might try to snipe me. I don't know. There's gotta be a guy. No buy station here, though. Too much recoil? On which gun? The AK? Yeah. AK does have recoil. That is probably the higher complaint with the AK. But AMAX Kilo... AMAX has some recoil. But... I think that's more of a controller weapon. I know that sounds weird, but aim assist can kind of help with certain guns a little more than others. AK, you can... I could see that being a complaint on the other mode. I got sniped by another guy, or no, it was just him.
Enemy airstrike in the area.
That actually might hit me there. I think he'll push that. They're so aggressive down here, dude. I don't really like having the kilo or the SWAT right now with an optic on it. I wish it was a red dot or even irons. Oh, we traded places, bro. I can't even see him. I know he's sniping me in the back, but I have no idea. He's somewhere. I don't see a scope. Every time I push this way, I get sniped by a guy there, and I get sniped by a guy there. Every time. It's always... I get sniped and I lose my armor, and I can't fucking tell where anybody is. Now I know where one is. He's in the gas station. I'm gonna get sniped. That guy over here sniping. And I think he just hit him. There's a guy down there. Maybe a guy back here. Was a guy in the gas station. Alright, that's not it. There's more. There's a guy like down here sniping. And there might be a guy at this gas station still. Yep. That was behind me. I don't know if it was at me, but it was definitely back there.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Loadout back there. Thing is, I don't know where this other dude went. There's like two dudes.
Got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
They're all doing dude stuff. Ooh. Yeah, that guy called an airstrike in. He might come over here. It's possible. My question is, do you buy a self-res or a UAV?
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
Oh. Yeah, so we got a guy there. We also have a guy here. For some reason. I think he's being held out, maybe.
Cancel that.
Just sitting on the corner. Oh, nice shot. That's crazy. He saw me. Oh, nice class. Easy headshot too. Nice. That was rough. Was the guy in the building? He wasn't in the building. So, well, the precision, I don't know if he was in my building. I don't think he was. Because I never heard footsteps when I was there. The precision came from the guy sniping me from across the way. I broke his armor, he called the precision in. And then when he did that, he ran across and then went into my building, and I went across the other way. So he called the precision so he could like make me go inside, and then he could run across the street. There were about 3 or 4 players there total, like in that area, I think is the best way to phrase that. Some were further away, some were over at Junkyard, and then the others were... And the others were just kind of spread out with storage. Cold-blooded still cancel out a UAV? Probably? I don't know. I haven't paid attention. I'm dead. Ooh. I had to re-challenge him. I tried. I just have a shit sniper rifle. Now I got no plates. Cooked. Absolutely destroyed. That's part of the problem. Like, I think the reason snipers are so annoying right now is that people don't have plates. And when you only have 5 plates off spawn, if you're lucky, you find 5 plates plus 3 to plate up. You have 3 plates total on your person, and you have 5 in your inventory. You get sniped once, now you're down to 2. And I think a lot of players that have to deal with getting sniped in this game, which getting sniped is a little bit more common than you would think, you run into that issue of, well, I just lost all my plates with 1 engagement, and I just looked. Like, I just peeked a guy. I didn't even fight him. I just looked, and now I have no armor. That's kind of the complaint with snipers. Now, if satchels were more common and people kept getting, you know, full plates, I don't think the sniping hate would be as bad. It would still be bad, but it wouldn't be as bad as it is now, because if you get sniped right now, you have no armor, you have no way to heal yourself. Finding armor is impossible. You can find small amounts. You know, you gotta loot everything, every corner. Like, I still don't have full health. So, I think that's where a lot of the complaints come from, is the lack of armor, and then just losing it instantly. Oh, there's a guy nearby. You just walk in? I'm washed, I'm washed, I'm washed, I'm washed, I'm washed. I'm better, I'm better, I'm better, I'm better. When he did like the whole bob and weave shit, that was throwing me off for some reason. I was struggling. Oh, a satchel. But yeah, I think that's where a lot of the complaints come from. Is just, you lose your armor so fast, and then after you lose your armor, you're pretty much dead. Like, there's nothing you can do to get it back reasonably. So you're kind of just fucked the whole game. You're just like, man, I have no health, no armor, nothing. And how do I fight? How do I win a fight? And you're sitting there and you just have no resources or the ability to get resources. And I think a lot of that is tied to the plate situation with no satchels, or satchels being super rare. It's like winning the lottery, you know? Now the question is, do I go all the way out here and mind my business for the whole game and just chill? Or do I just kind of run around and try to fight people? I feel like zone-wise and winning-wise, I'd rather just be out here and find a place to post up for a bit, wait till the numbers dwindle. Also, there's only 24 players left, which is crazy. I feel like there'd be more. Most of my solo games usually go faster. There's also a vehicle parked here to my right, so I think there's a dude already out here doing this with the buy station. I don't have my loadout either. I have ground loot. I don't know if that car spawns there or not. I thought it did. No, it doesn't spawn like that, right? There's a dead body there. And I got marked, so somebody sees me. Oh, it's a drone. What do you want to bet he's in the house with the drone?
I saw the light there.
Yep. Damn, that was crazy aggressive.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Go have fun, dude. Oh, I'm getting sniped. There's another guy. I'm just getting third party like crazy. There's a guy in the house, guy parachuting in, another dude sniping from across the map. Can't catch a fucking break out here. Now, can I kill him with a grenade? Oh, fuck, maybe I hit it. So the other guy's sniping. Could be a problem. Remember, I don't have a loadout yet. So he's out. Where the fuck? He's out here.
Moving here.
Can I jump on this roof? Yes. Later. That's the problem about being predictable in solos. If you sit out in the open and a player like me knows about it, I'm gonna use that all day, every day.
Moving here.
Can I not use the buy station again? Alright, so I got a guy at that house. I got a guy on the beach.
Moving here.
Alright, beach guy.
Moving here.
Beach boys. We got a dude at the house.
Thanks for the work.
He's down low on the beach though. He's fucking booking it, dude.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
What kind of gun you got? An Ames? Eee. We know there's a dude at that house, for sure. 100%. But we also... Oh,
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
he's back at the other house. We got that guy chilling in that window. Zone-wise, that's the best house to be at. There's also a guy down here.
Gas is moving.
I want this dude to peek out the window so I can shoot his face. That was close. Ooh. Oh fuck, bad timing. How much better is your HDR than mine? Maybe a little bit better. I'll take it. I need to go take that buy station back. I also want to snipe this dude out of his fucking car. That would be cool. Oh, he got out. A little worried about getting sniped.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Yeah, this is usually solos, just defending your position. Especially if you pick a house, because everybody wants your house. Yeah, this sniper's kind of wonky. I don't know what he has on it.
Gas is closing in. Relocating safe zone. Gulag locked down. Area's clear.
There's a guy down here. Oh, that was my old trophy system.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
I'm technically safe, but I gotta move.
UAV is online. You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them down.
Cancel that.
And I need to go there. That also means this guy's gotta move too. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. So there's a guy.
Enemy movement.
That's probably the dude that was in the house. Risky play here. I think I just saw him.
Gas is closing in.
Would you jump all the way down? I don't know. I mean, he could just be in that corner back there. Yep, somewhere. No, he is back in that corner. I just looked. Wait, how did he look right at me?
The enemy took that one, but we'll get 'em.
Nah, he probably saw my lens flare, then went back and looked. That's unfortunate, but nice shot. That's crazy shot. Couldn't even see me through the bush there and still fucking headshotted me. Just the timing on that, because I was looking for him, and I'm like, he's got to be back here. Of all places, I get shot in the face. And I just looked there, too. I was like, he's got to be down here. And he's just, yeah, this is your typical solo player. Talking shit already, but yeah, this is usually what happens. He's got 8 kills, which is not bad. Pretty good. I think I was sitting at like 7 or something. I really wasn't that active this game. But the headshot was fucking hilarious. I was like, all right, I mean, I guess.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now.
We're watching. We're watching. We're sus watching. Why is he aiming through the rock? This'll... I'm not saying he's cheating by any way, but I'm going to say if he is cheating and suddenly a player's head pops up exactly where he's aiming, that would be really funny. And then it's like, if you're playing like that and using an aimbot, like, what the fuck? But the heartbeat's funny. Why are you aiming right there? There's nothing on the heartbeat.
Gas is inbound.
Is he just fucking with me? I think he might be. That's so goofy. Nah, he can't be, right? Like, there... No way. He's not on the heartbeat. He's really scared. Is he just fucking or... Wait, there's no... What? What are you... Oh, there is a guy there. Why do you have the heartbeat out? I hear him underneath him. Now, a long time ago, people used to cheat, and they would hold the heartbeat sensor out, and they'd pretend like they're using the heartbeat to know where people are. But sometimes you get a player where, what is he doing? You're gonna die. Like, what are you doing, bud? Like, they would hold the heartbeat out like they were gonna get in a fight, and then they would kill the guy immediately, but it's like there was no way for him to know that he was there, and he's like, well, I'm just pretending, right? And they would try to hide that, thinking that they wouldn't get banned. But I don't think he's cheating. I mean, he's got a very weird aim, like, accuracy as far as, like, aiming exactly where the person is, or maybe he's just pre-aiming? But if he's lining up and tracing, then we'll find out. But yeah, why would you cheat and then play like this? I mean, then again, cheaters are really bad in general, but I don't know. I don't think he's not really giving me any, like, cheater vibes outside of just aiming in the general direction where a player happened to be, and it's like you shouldn't have that information because he wasn't on your heartbeat. Now, the heartbeat could also be glitched for spectators. That was a thing for a while where you would spectate somebody, they'd pull the heartbeat out, and then it wouldn't show, like, the dot. But this is like a typical top 10 circle right here. We know there's a player there now. He just aimed at that guy. He just knew. I don't think so. That's just odd. But he didn't really aim anywhere where a player wasn't at, which is kind of funny. That's so weird. Also, he's playing really bad, like movement-wise, style-wise. But if you ever watch a person who is cheating play, they tend to play that way. Now, part of the reason is you take an inexperienced player. It could be Walls. I don't know. He headshot me, so I was like, that's weird. But then he was looking at where that player was on the beach, and maybe I wasn't paying attention to my screen, and he knew he was there for some other reason. But when I saw him, it's like, dude, why are you looking at the cove at the water? There's no indicator to tell you that there is a player there. and yet he's still looking there, and he's like aiming right where the dude would have been, and that made me think like maybe he has wall hacks and he's just trying to hide it with the heartbeat. But when you give a player aimbot wall hacks, they have different play styles. Now, I'm not saying he is cheating. I have no idea. I didn't really see enough there to really determine that. It just looked weird because of how he was pre-aiming every engagement, and he just kind of knew. And in the final circle, there's a lot of ways that you can kind of predetermine where people may or may not be, and there's a lot of crossover where just good game awareness sometimes looks like you're cheating, but it really comes down to you just know where people are based off of experience versus you actually having wall hacks. Then there's coincidental moments where you aim at a rock and it's like that might be the only place where there's cover, and then sure enough, a player's head pops up and it's like, oh, what do you know? So that does happen. But if you do it like 7, 8, 9 times in a row, if you're spectating somebody a whole match and they do it every single time and they pre-aim a wall and a guy walks out and they like immediately zap the dude and just destroy him, and they do that for like 30 minutes straight, then you're just like, okay, that might not just be coincidence. But when you give a player who's inexperienced aimbot wall hacks, they usually play in like 2 different ways. One of them will just rage hack and they just murder everybody. The other one will sometimes just use an aimbot to kind of save themselves from a fight, or they use wall hacks just to kind of give them the advantage, and they don't use the aimbot. They just know where people are, and you can kind of tell because they'll trace players. Like they'll aim, and the guy comes walking out, and he's following him through the building, up, down, left, right, and he's like locked in on him. And that's usually a pretty good indicator that somebody may or may not be cheating. Not always, because sometimes you hear footsteps, and you could just aim and follow the guy through the house. And you see me do that all the time, where I'm just like, yeah, there's a guy in this house. I know he's in this house. I can hear him. He's going to go upstairs. Oh, he sounds like he's walking toward the window. And that's really easy to follow when you play a lot. But the other thing that a lot of cheaters do, when they're new players or inexperienced players, they play in a way where their skill level is really bad, but their awareness is like 1,000 times better. So they have really bad movement. Like they're really clunky. They don't know how to use their weapons. They don't really know how to loot items. They're just very clueless to their surroundings. And when you see somebody doing that, plus the tracing, plus the walling, you know, whatever else, aimbotting, head snapping, locking on, just knowing where everybody is, plus the bad, poor gameplay, it's like, oh, it kind of stands out. It's multiple red flags that just eventually lead you to that conclusion of, oh, that guy might be cheating. But that was just odd. I wouldn't say it was cheating. It was just odd. He didn't win. And sometimes people who are cheating, they don't always win because they're really bad at the game and they don't toggle their aimbot when they need to. They sometimes let themselves lose, so it makes it look like they're not cheating, so they don't get reported as much and get their account suspended instantly. There's a lot of little nuances that people do to try to just kind of throw people off when you're spectating. But it's really interesting just to see like bad players, bad movement, bad habits, and then you can tell like, oh, this guy, he's just really bad, and yet he's still, you know, dropping 15, 28 kills, and you're just like, okay, that's kind of odd, like, and you see that, like, but that's the difference when you have ESP, like you can see through a wall, you know, it's going to give you that awareness, like you don't have to earn it, you just have it. But to an unskilled player, it's very, you could just recognize that movement style of being off, I think is the best way to phrase that. And you see that a lot when lesser skilled players are aimbotting or wall hacking. Their movement doesn't match their gun skill. Their movement doesn't match their overall play style and awareness. In that case, I don't know. Like, if you're cheating and hiding in a corner like that, that'd be really odd, but I've seen it before. I've seen people wall hack just to get, you know, a win with 5 kills. No joke. I've seen people aimbot to do that. And for them, I think it's just the enjoyment factor of winning. So they cheat, and they win, but like it's kind of odd.
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
I really wanted to jump in there. Oh, he's a sweater. Dude, I can't see that skin to save my life. Oh my god. It's like a pure black skin in a super dark environment. That's one thing they haven't fixed yet. Not the rose skin. Well, maybe it is the rose skin. I don't know what it is. But the one thing that's like crazy is that when you're on the outside of a building like this and you're aiming in, it's super dark. But when you walk in, it lightens up. So when you have to challenge that and you walk in, it's basically like a reverse flashbang. You walk in there, it's super dark. You can't see shit for about a second. And it's really hard being a keyboard mouse player because if you watch a controller player, and I'm not talking shit on aim assist, I'm just explaining how it gives you a slight advantage in those situations. You walk in and they like aim spam, like they ADS spam. And when you ADS spam, it can kind of lock onto that player. And it gives you a little bit of a guidance. So you don't really have to see them. You just know they're in there, and then you kind of trust your hip fire and your pre-aim to do that. And you're like, oh yeah, I got him. Like no big deal, no pressure. So he's over here. Ooh, guy sniping. There's two. Nice shot. I stood in the window, though. I want to challenge that, but I don't have a one-shot, and he does. I think I gotta fuck off, or find a better angle. The AK has a little bit of a recoil problem there. You can see it getting away from me. Also, pushing buildings right now as a solo is kind of rough. No one saw that. What is my... Oh, that's not it. What's my keybind? I just went through all my keybinds trying to figure out what my fucking keybind was. That's what I mean. I can't see him. I can't see him, dude. I can't fucking see him. He just straight disappeared on my screen. Fucking A. I had him dead to rights, and I just could not see him. If I was on a controller, 100% win that fight because of aim assist. That's so fucking crazy. Part of it, and if I break that gunfight down, and I know you're going to be like, well, it's an excuse. I'm breaking it down mechanically. Like, I'm not making an excuse. I'm explaining why. I had him at an advantage. I went in the window. He didn't know. He had no idea I could do that, which is great for me, but I missed my shots. I hit him. He, like, slid, and then I lost sight of him, and I couldn't see him because of the skin and the shadow. Now, the difference on a controller, that aim assist will kind of guide you and follow when he slides, so you'll hit those shots more consistently. You don't visually have to see him when your controller just kind of does this a little bit, and it keeps you within a narrow margin of maybe you'll hit him, maybe you won't. Now, the other thing is that part of it is like that visual clutter of when you're shooting your gun, the muzzle flash also makes it harder for you to see. The muzzle bounce as well. But like when you get like muzzle flash out the gun and you have that background being darker with the character skin being darker, plus the muzzle flash like popping out, it has that bloom right around where you're aiming with the iron sights. So you have these flames popping up constantly in front of what you're shooting at, and you're already shooting a dark target with a dark background, and you can't see him, plus the muzzle flash, and you don't get the aim assist as well to kind of help guide you if he moves out of the way. So you visually lose sight of the whole thing. Because every time you fire your gun, you're getting the muzzle flash, a little bit of recoil, which is fine. But the muzzle flash on top of that black outfit, plus the black, like, shadowy dark room, makes it to where you're blinding yourself constantly. And then you can't see that target because there's no visual cue of you being able to see it. So keyboard and mouse has a huge weakness there. And if you're on a controller, you just kind of wiggle your left analog stick a little bit, and it holds you around the body, like main center mass, and it'll follow him. Like when he backed off to the side and went to the corner, that controller would have swung and held to him as long as your aim assist was working. But all you have to do is just wiggle your stick left and right when you get in an engagement, and it'll stick a little bit. Maybe not super aggressive, but enough to make that gunfight very quick. And on keyboard mouse, it's really rough. And you notice the big difference with aim assist in those fights. Like if you look at keyboard mouse handgun, like a pistol spawn fight or a gulag versus somebody who's on controller with a pistol, that aim assist on a pistol is massive. And it's a huge advantage. And those close range fights, that's where you notice those differences the most. And on top of that visual clutter, being able to see the player, not being able to see the player, you lose sight of him, you can't see him, the weapon flash, the muzzle flash is so crazy. It's all kind of stacked against you if you're a keyboard mouse player. And if you're a controller player, you don't really have to worry about it because you don't think about it. You don't go, oh, the guy just disappeared, because your aim assist kind of holds you to him. And it's something that when you play on keyboard mouse and you experience it, you're like, oh, I had no idea. So a lot of the time, controller players, console players, they don't play on PC, so they just assume it's easier and it's better. Performance-wise, aiming-wise, yes, it can be. But with controller and aim assist, it's a huge night and day difference from time to time in certain fights. All right, one sec.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
I need to get a smaller or lighter jacket. That hoodie, I can't believe I used to wear that every day, dude. That thing's heavy. Do I have auto run? I don't think so. Like tac sprint? And I know I rant a lot. Part of it's like the ADHD thing where I over-explain. But I want to make sure that people who watch understand it. Like, I don't want to just be like, aim assist is overpowered, it's dumb. You know, aim assist, like, stupid. Like, I don't want it to come across that way. But sometimes when I talk a little bit too much and I go on a little too much, it's like, you're just a whiny bitch. And it's like, no, I'm not a whiny bitch. I'm just trying to explain it so you understand it in the way that I see it. And yeah, I lost the fight. It's just fine. Like I really don't care. I'll play another game. But it's a good example of like a potential problem with the game that could be addressed to make the game more balanced, not just for me, but for everybody. Because I don't think whether you play on controller or keyboard mouse, you don't want to be in a situation where somebody's outfit determines the gunfight because of a lighting issue, because of muzzle flash, and you lose sight of that object. You want it to be more predictable. You want it to be more of a expectation of like, hey, if I fight this guy, I'm going to be able to see what I'm shooting at, and he's not able just to sidestep and become completely invisible because of the character skin that he's wearing. And I think that's a pretty justifiable argument to make when it comes to camos, when it comes to outfits, purchases, battle pass skins, you know, things of that nature. I think the hard part is a lot of that gets lost in the noise of, oh, this guy's a controller player and he's just complaining, or he's a PC player, he's a bitch, he's a streamer, he's a whiny, you know, like, and you see that from time to time. And I really want people to understand it's like, it's not about that. It's more about making the game better, more level, so you have more of a streamlined experience of like expectations where you don't lose a gunfight because of an excuse. You don't lose a gunfight because of something that was outside your control because of, oh, I didn't have the pay to win skin that I paid $10 for, or $20 or $30 for, right? And I think the reasonable person, like the average player, would probably agree with that. So I over-explain it a lot, mostly because my ADHD works that way. And then the other part is, it's just the way that I think and understand things. So I usually word vomit it. But I think it helps because it offers a more in-depth reasoning than what you would usually get from, that outfit's dumb, he's cheating. And it's like, and I can't do that because that's just not it. Like, I'm not trying to make an excuse. Like, that would be my version of an excuse, is like, that guy just has a pay to win skin, bullshit. And then I just move on. But I think for me, it's more of like understanding how things work, explaining how they work. And I've always been that way. Because I think it just makes more sense. It's more rational. But the downside is not everybody is rational with their thought process. They simplify things a lot. This AMAX scope, what is that? There's a guy nearby. I heard him shooting. Also, this thing. I see him. So I know there's a guy behind me. Like, if you see how I fight this player, I'm walking in a doorway, but when I walk in, he's got a big green outfit, and it's super easy to see. And it's well lit, right? Unlike that other room, it was kind of rough. Now, there is that other guy back here sniping. I think the KSV is pretty good up close for submachine guns. Oh man, that was close. That was close, dude. GG's.
That was close.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty funny. Even the game's like, yeah, you got lucky. Alright, I can do the buy station, get a UAV maybe, or I could just grab a loadout, but I'll get a loadout here in a minute anyway.
Losing ground.
I kind of want to use my AK though. I also kind of want to get a UAV.
Loadout drop headed.
Maybe I'll get lucky and get like 5 grand here. Close. What are UAVs? 4? I think they're 4. Like 130 short. Ugh! He's to my left. Ah, I fucked up, dude. I was gonna try to sidestep and
Gulag is your last
I
right to earn
didn't aim at him. Damn it! I should have aimed. I should have just fought instead of trying to run away. That hesitation cost me a bullet or two, and that's why I died. I'd like to think of my ADHD as a superpower with some negative, but mostly positive. Yes and no. It depends on what you're doing. My ADHD just makes me want to jump off a bridge head first. Like, I'm gonna be honest, man. I struggle with it. That's partly why I quit streaming for like the past 2 years. Like, I went through it like a lot. A little bit more moody, depression, anxiety, frustrations, not wanting to work, not wanting to do stuff, just no motivation. Still kind of struggling with that on the daily, but a lot of it was the medication shortage with COVID and everything that happened after. Like, I was on a good medication regimen. Like, I had my ADHD meds. Everything was good. I was even on like a slight anxiety medication just to offset when you take a stimulant, you get more anxious. But the problem was the shortage. So I would get my medication for a month and then I wouldn't have it for like 2 to 3 months. And the downside is if you take it for a month, you're good, everything's okay. And then you kind of go through some withdrawal symptoms and then your mood fluctuates like really drastically. And that's what I was experiencing. I was doing well, getting okay, then didn't have my meds for a bit because the pharmacies were out. Then I would kind of like fall apart on my schedule, and I wasn't being very consistent with that. And when you don't have your medication, when you have ADHD, it's really rough. It's like, dude, even making a doctor appointment, you're going to forget about it. There's a guy right there. I can smell him. I saw him on the way in. But you just kind of forget how to, you know, you don't oh fuck, no, it's just one. How did he hit me around the corner though? That's weird. I saw him on the right, but he was a little too late for me to see him. But I figured I could maybe get around the wall. I guess not. But the other thing is with the ADHD stuff, like not having the medication was rough. So what I ended up doing was I started taking alternatives. Like I went through, did different medications, and I always share this because I think people underestimate what ADHD is. And if you research it a lot, it's not like you can't pay attention. What ADHD does makes it to where you don't really look at tasks the same way as the average person. And it's kind of like you explain laziness is usually how it's perceived, but it doesn't work that way. That's not what it is. Your brain is constantly fighting you every day to make you do things that you don't want to do. Like it tricks you to not doing them. And it's a constant battle. Like, oh, I need to go to, I need to make this doctor appointment. Or no, not even that. Like, I think, let's look at like a tax situation. I need to go talk to my accountant. But this is kind of funny. So I know that I owe the IRS a little bit of money and it's coming up, tax season. But that means I got to contact my tax accountant, tell him I want to reduce his fees, but then I need to go get paperwork and then drop to a lower plan. But then I got to call multiple people in order to do that, multiple steps. And my brain's like, you know what you're going to do today? Not that. And it tells you like, yeah, you can do that later. Don't do it now. Don't do it now. And you just keep like putting it off. And it's just like you overwhelm yourself to shutting yourself down. So you don't do those steps that you need to do. You quit before you start, essentially. And your brain is constantly doing that, like rapid fire all day, every day. And it could be anything, like something simple, like, oh, I need to take the trash out. Well, if I need to take the trash out, that means I got to go to get all the trash bags. Oh, I'm out of trash bags. So I got to go to the store to get the trash bags. Then I got to come home. Then I got to take the trash bags, put the trash bags in, take the old trash out, throw the other trash. But, oh, the trash can's full because I forgot to take it out last week. And if I don't take that trash out now, well, then what's the point in doing it right now when I could just leave it where it is? Otherwise, it's just going to sit in my garage, and then I'm going to have a bunch of trash in there, and then it's going to smell really bad. But if I just leave it where it is right now, it should be okay, and then I don't have to work. And then I also don't have to go to the store again. Like, I know that's a rant, but that's like how fast your brain just fucking hates you. And it's like that for every little thing that you want to accomplish. Everything is a battle. Everything is a fight. Constantly. What's up, Lydia? How you doing? But as far as like, yeah, I got to do dishes and trash, and I'm a bit behind. Yeah. Don't get me started. And it's the same thing with like the dishwasher, right? You go, oh, I got to do the dishes. Well, that means I got to go clean out the dishwasher, and then I got to put the other clean dishes away before I could pick up the dirty dishes. And then I don't really want to do that because then the dirty dishes in the sink, I still got to clean the dirty dishes in the sink. So even if I go get the new dishes that are at my desk and put them in the sink, then I got to get rid of the old dishes that are already there. Then I have to take out the clean dishes. Oh, they're not clean, so I got to start the dishwasher. And then if I start the dishwasher, then I can pick up the dirty ones and then take the clean ones out. And then I got to read it. And it's just, you just stop yourself. It's just an endless thing. Now, with medication, when you're on medication, that stops. At least if you're on the right medication, it stops to some degree, like 80%. So you go, oh, I got to clean out the dishwasher. Okay. And you go and you clean out the dishwasher. You don't even think about it. You just do it. Like, it might take you a second to get started and be like, I should probably do that. And it's like, okay, maybe after a game or two. And then you go and do it. But if you're on ADHD, like if you have ADHD to that extent, you're not doing it. You're not doing it until it becomes critical. And then it's like, oh, fuck, I have to do it now. And that's usually why, because your anxiety, your dopamine from being late, from procrastinating the deadline forces you to do it. And that's what your brain wants, is how it gets dopamine. That's why you don't do those things, because you don't have a level of dopamine. There's another, it's not serotonin, but there's another one that's not serotonin that basically helps with motivation. They're very interconnected, but one of them allows you to kind of like get started. And the other one kind of gives you that level of happiness of like accomplishing that task, and you get rewarded. So your brain is constantly underfunded on it. So you're just like not motivated to do it. You don't want to do it. You don't get the reward for doing it. And it just kind of tricks you into certain things. But yeah, that's literally ADHD in a nutshell. So it's not just, oh, you're lazy and you don't want to pay attention. It's not that. And unfortunately, people think that. And then that makes it really hard, because when you try to explain to people like you have ADHD, they don't get it. And they're just like, oh, you're fucking lazy. And it's like, I wish I was lazy. That's not how that works. Dude, there's 3 players here. I didn't even know about the guy on the inside. I had no idea there were 3. I thought there was just 2. I thought it was the guy I was shooting and the guy over there, but there's a dude inside hiding. That was fucking funny. Well, it's kind of awesome, actually. It was really cool. But yeah, the ADHD battle is constant. And when you don't have meds, and then your mood gets affected, your motivation gets affected. And then I think that's where I've been basically like the last 2 years. I went from taking Adderall to taking Vyvanse, which Vyvanse kind of worked. But then it was really expensive. It's like $500 a month because my insurance would not cover it. It was name brand. And eventually I went to the other brand of it, the generic, because that's eventually they finally had it, but they were out, and that's why I was on the name brand, and I couldn't get any other medication, which is really annoying. So I just pay out of pocket, because it's like, well, either I take it or I don't, and then I don't function. But then they ran out of name brand, and then they ran out of the other one, and then it's like, well, fuck. So you'd switch back to a different medication, you trade, and you do other ones. I swapped to Stratira, which is fine. It's a non-stimulant, but I had more side effects with that one, so I didn't like that one. So I went back to the other one. Yeah, it's a lot of money when you don't have a job. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. But I like the ability to pay my bills and function, so I was like, I guess I'll just pay it for, you know, a month or two, and then, you know, just kind of hope it works. And then when you run out, and then you're like, fuck, I can't get it again because the pharmacy's out. Like, everybody just basically prescription hopped. So people that were prescribed like Adderall or generic Adderall, they usually can't afford name brand Adderall. Name brand Adderall is about 300 to 500 as well, depending on what dosage and what you're buying. So you either do that or you don't, but most people can't afford it. At the time, I was doing a little bit better, so I could, and I had some savings. So I was like, that's fine. It's better than not having meds. But when that ran out, I was like, fuck, I still can't even get name brand. Like, what do I do? And that became a problem. So I bounced around from different meds. Strathera is more of like a anxiety, but it's also helps with ADHD. Like, it had a lot of good results with it, but I had more side effects with it. And I was like, nah, I'm not taking that. Like, after I tried it for 2 months, and it worked, but the problem was the side effects were annoying. And I was like, yeah, I don't like that. But mood-wise, it helped. It made me feel better. Everything was good. But it takes like 3 months to really work. It's usually 3 to 5 weeks is kind of how that works. There's a guy in that building. He was on the radar. I don't know if he's up top or down low.
Hostile UAV in the area.
He was like back here when I saw the radar ping. I don't know if he's still here. Maybe he'll show up on heartbeat. I keep forgetting how. Oh. He was on the heartbeat.
Enemy UAV is online.
You think he's in the other building? I will raw dog ADHD till I die. I think, honestly, the medication pretty much saved my life, if I'm being honest. I'm not going to kill myself, but, man, when your life falls apart slowly and then you don't have medication to help, you're not super happy about it. Yeah, I feel like an asshole, dude. I'm sorry. That's so rough. Yeah. Ooh, that mic, though. Give me the skin, give me the skin, give me the skin. But yeah, the whole ADHD thing, not having meds, for some people you can raw dog it, but here's the other difference too. One thing about ADHD that's interesting is it doesn't affect people the exact same way for everybody. So some people will have a very mild case of ADHD and they can function without medication and they're fine. They just might have a hard time maybe texting somebody back or something. Just small little details that they don't really pay attention to. And then you have the other guy who, if he's not on medication, his entire life falls apart and he jumps off a bridge. That is like how crazy ADHD could be. You lose every job that you ever had. You can't do anything because you just don't know. And a lot of people don't even know they have ADHD. They just think they're stupid. They just think they're incompetent. They just think that they're bad. And then people don't recognize it and they realize like, oh, that's actually ADHD. Like, what the fuck? Like, and some people have no clue because they're so used to just being normal. But they don't realize that their normal isn't quite normal. Like, it's not functional. But yeah, there's different things you can try to kind of boost up ways to kind of treat it and help. Everybody's different. But part of the reason I talk about it is because so many fucking people don't know, and it's an issue that I deal with daily. And for the longest time, I didn't really think it was an issue. And then around COVID, I noticed it got worse. Like, I was making decent money. I was making 6 figures a year, yet I got my water turned off or my power turned off. And it's like, how the fuck did you get your water or power turned off? And it wasn't the lack of the money. It was, oh, I forgot to update and renew my card with my bank. So it was an expired card they were trying to charge, and I didn't know that they were charging it and getting denied. And it lasted for like 3 months, and then they shut my fucking power off. And I was like, oops. Like, but I didn't know that, like, because you just don't pay attention with the ADHD. You have no idea. Little details like that. I just accepted recently that I'm on the spectrum. ADHD and autism have a pretty high crossover, but a lot of people don't understand what autism is realistically either. It's a very wide net. ADHD has some symptoms that are very similar, but they're a little different. But it's really common for somebody who has ADHD to potentially be on the spectrum. You know, it's more common now. Like, they're figuring that out. Now, the difference is, like, what does that mean if you're autistic versus just ADHD or autistic with ADHD? There might be a few things that I probably am, maybe. I haven't gotten actually tested for that. When I was younger, I got tested for being bipolar because my moods were so crazy. And that's part of ADHD as well. You have mood swings. I used to get very violent, very angry. I just fist fight people. But I also got bullied a lot, and I got fucking tired of it, so I'd start swinging. You know, like that was the difference. Like, quit fucking bullying me, quit making fun of me, and then oh, you got the Terminator skin, GGs. And yeah, so you become very defensive. You also become very aggressive, and I still notice traits about that with myself still to this day, but it's a lot more mild. Like, I'll get like haters in the chat, or somebody in the chat just says something fucking stupid, and I go off on them, and I won't shut the fuck up. But the big one for me, what I noticed when I needed to get medication, was like how I treated people verbally when I played games with them. I would take the game super seriously, and I would have to win. And if you don't win, you're a piece of shit and you're a bitch. And why didn't you call that guy out? You should have called him out. It's your fault. And like, I would go off on him like aggressively in that sense. Like, I would rage at that person, and I would just get really mad. And then 2 minutes later, I'd be fine. I wouldn't care. I'd walk out the room, grab a drink, come back, and be like, hey, so what are you doing this Friday? You guys want to come over? Like, and it's like, dude, you were just yelling at me, calling me a piece of shit, and that I should never play with you again. Like, what? Like, and part of that is the anxiety that comes with the ADHD. There's fear of failure. There's stress, anxiety, and you lash out. Your ability to go from like a green level of calm to red instantly is crazy. And so when I was younger, I got tested for bipolar, and they're like, no, you're not bipolar. You just have ADHD like a motherfucker. And it's like, oh, nice. Good to know. But over time, you recognize those traits, you recognize those behaviors, those weaknesses. And when you're 16, 13, 12 years old, you don't realize that. You just think that you're a moody 12-year-old, teenager hyped up on hormones. And my mom always makes a joke like, you were really good when you had your meds when you were, before puberty. She's like, you were fine. Like, you were great. Things were going well. Like, you had some issues paying attention. But like, once you got medication in like grade school, like 3rd grade, 4th grade, you calmed down a lot. You were able to focus. You were getting good grades. You were doing great. And then once you hit like middle school, high school area, puberty came in, all those hormones wrecked it. And no medication fucking worked for me. And it's funny because like your levels change, your balances change. And then at that point, I was just kind of annoyed. I was like, I don't have ADHD. I'm fine. Like, you guys just leave me the fuck alone. And I raw dogged it forever. And I was like, oh, it's not a problem. But then eventually I realized like, no, it is a problem. I got to work on that. I remember that, but I never took it personally. Part of it too, we kind of masked it though, Lydia. Like, when I played with you or Savage, Savage was also similar. I think he's ADHD as fuck, by the way. I'm pretty sure he takes meds. But I'm pretty sure we talked about it. Maybe not. I don't remember. But when I play with Savage or other players that sometimes were more competitive, even when I played PUBG, that was when I really noticed it. And I didn't really think about it because all the guys I played with were like pro players. Like, they joined Liquid. They joined other pro teams. And we were all fucking up each other's ass. Like, why didn't you fucking call that player out? You should have called him out. Like, you should know better. Like, why didn't we rotate here? You should have done that. And we overanalyze, critique things. And it kind of gets hidden in that noise of like, well, you're trying to get better. You're trying to improve. But at the same time, you're being a fucking asshole. But everybody was doing it, so it's normal for you. And I remember I probably burned my relationship with Stone Mountain back in the day because of that. And I remember that one stands out in my mind a lot because of how I yelled at him. And I've never really yelled at somebody that hard before, but I noticed it. Like, I noticed it made him mad. And I was like, fuck, like, why did I... And I apologized, I think, at the time because I realized, like, I went way too far. But when you do that to somebody that doesn't expect it, and then also you just can't stop yourself from doing it, it's crazy. It destroys friendships, destroys relationships, whatever it might be. But then as you get older or you notice it more and you realize, hey, why am I so angry? You can kind of fix it. You might not repair friendships, but you can understand like what you did wrong or how to mitigate those situations and go, yeah, I fucked up on that because I was just angry as fuck. Didn't really have the emotional control regulation to handle it. Wasn't sure why I was so mad at the time. And I didn't even know because I wasn't on meds. And then once you get meds, you're like, damn, I'm like 10 times more calm. I can think things out. I don't get angry as often. I still get angry from time to time, but I don't throw my mouse. I don't break my controller. I don't, just go from being green to red and just instant anger and insanity. So there's a big difference there. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the Stone Mountain one. I was basically ranked top 10 for duos. I think it was duos, but I want to say it was like all, like basically every mode in like almost every mode in PUBG. I was like ranked top 10 in squads, probably duos and solos. I was ranked top 10 for wins. And the problem was that I took the games very seriously because of how the ranking system worked. And the ranking system was pretty broken. But you would have to win like 4 games in a row in order to keep your rank. Like, if you lost a game outside of the top 10, that's what mattered. Like, you had to hit top 10 every game, and then you wouldn't lose as much placement. So if I was ranked number 1 in the world and I lost a game, but I was like 50th in the position for the game, like I died 50th, I would lose. I'd be like ranked 50 in the world after that match. And it's like, fuck. And then I would have to win about 3 or 4 games to get the points back to be in the top 10. And that was insane. So I was very like amped up on that. Don't want to lose my ranking. You know, like my ranking is the end of the world. Like, please don't fuck that up. And I really cared about winning. And then you sprinkle that in with like Stone's larger audience. You know, you're a better player. You're hyped up as being a pro. And then the idea of, and I was saying better player is weird, but like they hype you up as being like, oh, he's a pro player. He's really good, really good. We're going to play with him. It's going to be awesome. And then I'm like yelling at him. I went off on him about a call out because he didn't call him out. And then I walked into the open and got absolutely shredded. And I was like, dude, how did he not fucking call that out? And I was so mad at the time. So fucking mad. And I remember I went on and would not stop. And I can remember like I could hear like the shift in his voice of just being like, dude, just like fucking let it go. Like I could hear him basically say that without saying it. And I remember that. We played it since then, but it was a little while in between. And it was just that moment to me where I was like, why am I so mad? Like, And then I realized like, oh, fuck. After I started looking more into the ADHD stuff, and then I look back and you're like, man, that's such a red flag. How did I not notice it right away? Like, how did I not know? And part of that was just you're not aware of it because that's your normal. Also, I would get in fights like that with all my pro players, like the friends that I would play with my squad all the time. And it wasn't usually a big deal, but sometimes there are moments like it went a little too far, and then we just be like, all right, whatever, and we move on. But when you're doing that to a more casual player with a large audience and you're bullying the fuck out of them in front of their stream, yeah, that's not really good. You can't really be doing that. So there's a big change there. But the difference is like knowing and understanding why you do those things and then fixing those things. And that was a big part with ADHD in general, was just understanding, you know, why I was that way, why I would get so angry, and then being aware of those situations and not letting it get to that point. And when you're on meds, you can usually control your mood. You can control your thought process a little bit better. You don't get as angry, depending on the medication, depending on the med. Airstrike is too crowded. Huh, neat. I don't like that. But over time, you get used to that and you learn. But when you're not aware of it, it's a problem, right? And you don't know it's a problem because you're just like, that's your normal. But yeah, over the probably like the last 4 years, I got way better at that. Like if we lose the game, it's like, ah, fuck. And then it's like, yeah, I could have hit my shot, my bad. And then I move on. 9 times out of 10. Like there's some moments that I might like maybe a little complainy, you know, like, ah, fuck, we should have really had that. Like, damn it. But I don't really get like too caught up in it anymore to where it's like I'll rant at you for 5 minutes and just like make you feel like really bad. There's 2 cars. Way too far. Okay, no footsteps. No sound. He's just sitting in the building. That's funny. I didn't know there was another guy there. If it's a spectrum, isn't anybody on it? I think you have to understand like what autism would be, and then what ADHD is, and what those overlaps are. Would everybody be on the spectrum? No. You're gonna have a wide range of people that are above and below, and then just people that are way up there. Like, also, it comes down to like function as well, like how functional you are. Some people have autism and they have no clue, and they're fine. You know, they work 6-figure jobs, they do great, they have kids, they got a 4.0 GPA in school, like they have no idea. Then you have others that just can't focus on anything. Like they legitimately can't do stuff. So it varies. Each person's different. What's up, Micro? How you doing? I didn't recognize you changed your name, but you still have the mod tag. You and John. Oh, almost got me. Almost. Gotta do better than that. Excuse me. But I would also say, like, my life without ADHD would probably be drastically different, too. I probably might not be as good as the things I've done. You know, like, I don't know if I would have been as obsessive about YouTube. Don't know if I would have been as excessive about other stuff and done as well as I have because of, like, obsession. Usually with ADHD, you hyper-focus on stuff. And you get really, really good at specific things.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Here? I thought he was above me. And I think part of it, sometimes it can help you, and other times it's kind of like a curse. It's a little bit of both. A blessing and a curse. I think more so a curse than the majority. If you can control it, I think that's where you get people that compare it to like a superpower, but I fucking hate that because I think it undermines how traumatic or how bad it can realistically be. And I think that rubs me the wrong way because if you talk about, oh, your ADHD is great and it's really good and it's super helpful, it kind of undermines everybody who struggles with it, and people don't take it as seriously for how bad it can be. And it's like, I think people kind of lose that idea. And they don't, and it just makes it to where it sounds like, oh, it's not a big deal, when in reality it's really annoying and really challenging. I also remember reading another article about it, like it was a research paper that explained that ADHD is probably one of the most debilitating, I don't know if that's the right word, what, like, potential issues you can have. Like, it's ranked up there, like, in severity, it can be extremely high. It's like, what? Like, that doesn't sound right. And it's like, nope, it can. And that, I think, changed my perspective a lot on it. Because it's like, damn, I didn't realize it could be that crazy. Like, it could be that much of a problem. But if you're unable to complete normal day-to-day tasks, and you can't do that with, like, a job, well, go figure, right? Like, that makes sense. So it becomes very problematic if you can't follow through with organizational skills, communication skills, you name it. It can just get worse and worse and worse over time. I flew over him at the edge of the bridge when I came in that building. I think so. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. We've always made jokes. It's like a debuff. If I didn't have ADHD, I'd probably take over the world. Yeah, but I got a debuff. Someone was like -5 to you know, motivation or something. Like I don't know. But I don't even know if I would say it's a motivational issue. Maybe more so your attention span. That's another problem I have too, with my attention span. Is that with ADHD, I like hyper focus on an idea. And then I like focus on that idea until I accomplish that goal. And then after I accomplish that goal, I no longer care about that goal. And it's like, what? Like, for example, I used to be like really motivated by making a ton of money and like having the best YouTube channel and earning the most amount of money I could possibly do. And then once I reached it, I lost interest. And it's like, what? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, you're doing well, you're earning money financially, being aimed at, but I don't know from where. Back behind me? There's a guy in this house. I see him. Damn it. But there's another dude shooting at me from out here, probably. Is he on Stadium? Yeah, he can't be. He's gotta be like down here somewhere. And it wasn't the guy in the house aiming at me either. I don't think he's at the bunker. This dude's in here for sure. We know that. Unless he moved. Body doubling? I don't know what that is. Or maybe I do, but I don't know what the term is. I think he's still in there. I feel like I'm gonna get sniped. Yeah, he's in there. Problem is, to challenge this dude, there's a dead body there. I have to like line up. Ooh, I'm being aimed at. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
No way!
Ooh, ooh. That guy's upset. I think it was a child. There's a dude in that house. Can I get in the window from outside? Wait. Did he run? He might have ran.
Closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
I think he jumped out the back and went that way because that was what the heartbeat was. He put up a Betty.
Enemy UAV is online.
Someone's fighting way out there. Yeah, he jumped out this window. And that's why I saw him on the heartbeat, but I don't know where he went. He's long gone for my range, but he could have rotated back that way. Not sure. Basically, you just have someone sit with you while doing tasks. Oh, no, that is a thing. Yeah, absolutely. I've had friends in the past where they've talked about they would get like a group of them together and just sit in a Discord call. And they would just work and just occasionally chat. And part of it is like, if you have somebody there, it kind of makes you accountable. Yeah, I have heard of that. That's so funny that you mentioned that. Because no, that is a thing. It is absolutely a thing.
Closing in.
And it's weird to think like that would work, but it gives you like accountability. Or another layer, potentially. But it kind of stops you from doing things that you don't want to be doing or should be doing, right? Wait, where was he? I don't see him, but he was like right here.
Moving here.
Oh, nope. I do see him. There's a guy all... Oh. There's two. There's another guy like further down.
Cancel that.
That guy got absolutely fucking smoked, though. Did that guy... No, he didn't stop at the buy. I don't see his car. But there's another dude out here. He's probably going fire station, if I had to guess. I'm more worried about getting shot in the butt. But he was right here. And I think he went fire station. Now, I could wait out here and try to catch his rotation. Or maybe get in a sniper fight with him, but I'm worried about this. And then out here. Like, that's a lot for me to try to fight. If he also pushes up too fast and I don't catch him, I could be in trouble. Because I won't see him. But yeah, he was definitely out there. It's hard to see people. He also could have ran back this way. I think I'm paying too much attention to one guy. He doesn't have to move
UAV in the
for a little while. But the storm will push him out of that compound. Also, my proximity chat's going off. Is that normal? Oh, guy sniping at me. Where was that? I don't know where he was aiming at me at. I mean, that could have been him too. He could have pushed over there with that sniper. Instead of, he went there and then went back maybe, or it's two other players. Oh, dude, I didn't hear him. That's crazy. GG's, dude. This topic made me start cleaning your room and gaming. I mean, accountability helps a lot for sure. But I don't know. It also depends too on the person. Like what you're doing, what your jobs are. I do a lot of side questing. So it's like, I know I need to edit a video, for example. I will do anything and everything but edit the video. It's like, I'm just going to go to the grocery store. I'm going to go clean out my closet or something. And it's like, what the fuck? Why? It's like, I don't know. You just talk yourself out of doing the main task and you just do the other stuff. It's very odd. Used to rage. Now I used to not rage. Now I rage. Get back on the meds, dude. The meds help. They really do. But the problem, I think, really with ADHD stuff, outside of the medication, well, I guess if you're trying medication, people try it and they worry it's going to change their personality or how they engage, and it might to some level. But realistically, if you're on medication, it should make things more clear, more functional, like it should improve things. The problem I think most people have is they try medication, they don't like it because initially you're on too high of a dose, you're on the wrong medication, you have a bad experience with the side effects, or you don't try it long enough. And I think that's usually the problem. Most cases, like people are like, oh, I tried meds once. And it's like, well, how long you do it? Oh, I took them for a month. And it's like, like maybe you should have done that for like 3 to 4 months, depending on what it was. Like if you take a med and it just makes you want to like jump off a bridge, well, quit taking it, right? Like if you have really bad side effects. But if you have some side effects and you're like, okay, they're not too bad, but I'll just stick with it for a month or two and see if they go away. That's usually what you have to do for certain ones, but not all of them. And then you'll find like certain medication that treats ADHD can be like an SSRI. So it's more of like an anxiety or antidepressant medication. They usually just calm you down and they bump up your serotonin level. So you're at a higher level, you're happier, you're where you need to be at a more normal level. Usually when you have ADHD, you're just not getting that level. You're like a -2 when you need to be at a 0. So when you take serotonin or something that gives you serotonin, you're at a 0, or maybe you're at a +1. And it just helps because it gets you to where you need to be to actually do stuff, to be motivated to do stuff, to not talk yourself out of it, right? You're kind of fixing and tweaking that based off the chemistry in your brain. But those medications have more side effects, and they tend to make it to where you have to take them 3 to 5 weeks because it affects your brain chemistry. So you can take it once and it might work right away, maybe depending on how sensitive you are. I think I've noticed my medication, like every time I take it, is the first day I take it, I noticed either a side effect or it actually working. And sometimes you think like, oh, that's a placebo. But every time I try a different medication, it's always been the same. Like I've always noticed it, even the side effects. But it takes 3 to 5 weeks, maybe longer, for it to work because it has to get in your bloodstream. And once you get those levels in your bloodstream to a certain level, then it works correctly. But usually it's 3 to 4 weeks. And most people, they usually give up on it before then sometimes, or they just quit doing it after that initial period. Because it's a weird thing. You start feeling better. You start feeling good. Things are going well. And then you go, oh, I don't think I need my meds. So you stop taking them. And it's like, you don't realize the meds are the thing that are helping you, right? Like, and it's like, oops. So that happens to a lot of people too. Thankfully, I never really fell in that category. Maybe when I was younger, but not so much when I was older. I was more aware of like, yeah, the meds are helping. Like, keep taking them. But sometimes you just don't think about it. You're just like, yeah, I'm doing great. And it's like, you don't realize like why you're doing great. I wish footsteps in this game worked. Also, ADHD people, I think this is with what Lydia's saying, accountability helps. One good example that I like with how ADHD works is that the average person might go through life and it's like, hey, if you get this project done by the end of the month, we'll give you a raise. And that can kind of work the majority of people. They're like, fuck yeah, they hear a raise. Like, you know, 4 weeks from now I'll get a raise. Sweet, next month I'll get a bonus. The problem is most ADHD people aren't motivated that way. They're motivated by getting that serotonin, that adrenaline rush, right away. Confirmation, right away. So usually, if you have ADHD and you have a project deadline that's on a Friday and it's Monday, you're like, I can probably do that later. I don't have to worry about it. It'll be fine. I'll get to it. You're not as inclined to do it initially. And then you put stuff off just because that's just what you do. But when the time comes on Friday, you haven't started, you bust your ass and you get the project done like right before the deadline. And you feel really good because, one, you got the project done, and then you kind of stressed yourself out into that position. And the other thing about the deadline is that, like how I mentioned, like the average person, like, oh, you get a bonus at the end of the month, you get a raise. You need that like almost immediately every time you complete something or do something. That's why probably like a lot of ADHD people like myself are addicted to video games, because you play the video game and then you get the instant reward of either winning or losing the game. And every time you get in a fight, you get a little bit more adrenaline. You get a little bit more serotonin. You get a little bit more of that dopamine that hits your brain. And you're just like, ooh, that's awesome. Like, and that's why you're getting that. So usually I think when people say like accountability or they want to accomplish a task, ADHD people aren't motivated the same way as the other person. So you definitely have those moments where, why can't you just be normal? Why can't you just get stuff done? And it's because your brain chemistry isn't rewarding you for what the normal person would have. They don't have that deficit of serotonin. They don't have that, you know, they don't need to feel that way. So they're like, oh, I can get a raise if I work hard. Sweet, cool. So the average person will work hard and get their raise and do whatever. But the other guys are like, I don't give a fuck. Like, they're not motivated to do it because the reward is too far away. It's too many steps away. And it's not like instant gratification. You know, it's not saying you're not lazy and you have to work for it, but you'll usually just kind of talk your brain out of it. Like, your brain's like, I don't need to worry about that. It's not, you know, I don't have to do it right now. Like, and you don't care. So it's interesting how that works. Very. Did I see that Benny's hacking? So people in the chat can type and they can tell you, it's kind of like a voice chat, right? But with text. And people can just say, like, they get killed and they can be like, yeah, so-and-so's cheating. This player's cheating. You see it all the time. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. Usually it's a lot of salty players. Did you see the article that came out? Like, I always knew this was the case, but there's an article that came out that basically stated that less players are cheating than you really think. The problem is that the majority of people, like the overwhelming majority, report players and report users that they think are cheating way more frequently than they really are. And I think it was like something like 70% of the time. Like, it was up there. Maybe it was like in between 70s or 60%. So they would report a player as a cheater 70% of the time, and they were wrong. It was just a player that was not cheating. He was just better. Or I think it was something to do with, like, there's another thing in there that was written about how console players were getting wrongfully reported for aimbotting at a high percentage when they're on console. And you can't aimbot on console. You can run a Cronus, but that's not a PC aimbot. It's different. There's a guy all the way out here. And I thought there was a guy in between me and him. I hear him. Thing is, I don't know if he's up top or in the window. Now, is that the last one or is there another one?
Requesting recon.
No, there's another one. Ground floor. And one behind me.
Moving here.
I don't know how I don't see that guy. Oh, there's another one to my left, too. Fuck.
Mission timeline expired. UAV exiting the AO.
There's a lot of dudes here. So there's a guy at the bank, another dude in the barn, and another guy like out here somewhere. I don't think he went up top, but this dude might. There's a guy here somewhere. I'm a little worried about getting shot from the right. I can't really peek out this side.
UAV is online.
Oh, I saw him. I saw the flash. He's to my left. He's on the red build, but he's like down low.
Fight to win.
And that was not where I expected that to be. That's rough. What a guy. What a pal.
Let's have ourselves a fight. Be ready.
Boop.
Earn redeployment or die.
What sucks is like I scoped in, didn't see him, looked to my left, saw the reflection, but I was already scoping in, looking in the wrong location, and I saw it in my peripheral, and I was like, fuck, like it's too late. Nice. A little headshot there. I'll take it. I almost died. I'm like 2 HP. Oh, I forgot to post that video today. Fuck. Do I upload it now or in the morning? I don't know about what the best time to upload those videos are. Well, I see they haven't fixed the loadout issue. If you're in the gulag, it puts you on the fucking edge of the map with your loadout.
Moving here.
That guy must have died. Because I think when you're in the gulag, you're technically under the map. So it puts your loadout closer to where you are. And then when you respawn, you tend to spawn there. But it's like on the edge. It's just funny. It's just so far over. You're just like, damn, like, I mean, I guess I have zone position now, but still crazy.
Moving here.
Need armor. Ammo would be a bonus. That guy.
Losing ground. Moving.
Wonder how recent that was.
Cancel that.
We know there's a player there because they got in a fight. Zone-wise, I don't really need to go anywhere.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Thinking he might jump out. There's still a player in that build. He's probably going to the buy. Yep, getting in a fight too. Oh.
Awaiting targeting
Those footsteps, dude. That shit's loud as fuck. I think there's still another one. I think they got original guys in here somewhere.
Requesting recon at this time.
Maybe should have got a self. That could have been the last one. Ooh, the safe's still here. I guess a lot of players have already picked that shit up. Yeah, I have a hard time jumping on ledges in this game. I never really used to. Give me the outfit, dude. I don't have the skin yet. Look. It's like I just want the outfit, dude. Not even gonna use it, probably. Oh, maybe. Maybe I'll use it. Alright, zone-wise... pretty set. For a while, at least. I just need more money to buy a self. Is it 4,500 or is it 4,000? And then I gotta figure out where it's gonna go. Maybe down here. Also like having the idea of having a UAV.
Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
I mean, technically I'm still safe just chilling here. Like, it's gonna be more boring, but might be like one or two running around. That's always a possibility. The final circles for solos are really brutal, in my opinion. It's just a rat hiding experience. Early game, you kind of run around. People still rat, but it's more like predictable. Like, oh, everyone landed here. There's going to be people here, right? Final circle, a little more stressful because there's people hiding proned out in every little corner, like places you don't expect them to be. Like, they'll just be like right here, hiding in a corner with a heartbeat. And you're just like, why are you there? Like, kind of like that. What a shot. Load out here.
You've got gas moving in.
These windows, that build, those are pretty common. This build's more common because you can sit up top and snipe and just hang out. You can also sit in the windows if you want more protection. But there was shooting down there. I'm curious about that.
Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your
There might be a
location.
buy station here. At least there used to be. I don't know if it's still there. Yeah, it's still there. That's probably why they're fighting down there. But you can really just sit here for circle, because 16 players in this big circle is going to take some time. Nice swerving. Not going to save you. That was a really good shot, too. The headshot.
Cancel that.
I'm getting better with the HDR. That might be my bounty. Man, I really thought that front-facing shot would have hit. The problem is if he goes up there, it's harder to see him. There's probably a dude that's going to sneak up on me and snipe me. Like from either here, or maybe over even across map. I'd be more worried about this. And so there's a guy back here somewhere. I'm not in like the best cover position. Like, yeah, I can prone out and maybe be safe if they're not on a high ridge line or up top or maybe in downtown. But when I stand up to fight, I'm pretty exposed from every angle. All these windows, rooftops, window, this whole section behind this tree. I can't see anything there. Like, I can't look 360 at all times when I'm trying to scope and shoot a guy.
Hostile UAV in the area.
That's probably from here,
UAV overhead.
Marking buy station. Cancel that.
where that guy in that car was. But is the car even over there? I can't tell. The bounty's not increasing. We know there's a guy back this way too. And then probably over here. The other thing I'd say is someone down here at this buy station and then back behind me. Basically everywhere. The only downside of being like in the middle of the zone, you can pretty much count on people being every direction.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Zone-wise, I can rotate back. You can also sit up there if you want, and you could hold people out. That's another strat. You can snipe people as they try to come in, but with my luck, I'll probably get sniped. Now we know there's people back this way too, because of the gunfight.
Cancel that.
The UAV would be super clutch. I'll probably pick up the bounty.
Tracking you. You lost them.
Marking contract.
Might be a guy in here. The bounty, to me, it's optional, but it kind of just gives you an idea of where a player may or may not be, right?
Weapons free.
So he's out here somewhere. Oh, he died.
Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
That's odd. So there's two of them out there.
Gas is inbound.
And we know for sure there's a guy here somewhere. This building's not too bad, but it's probably going to get busy. The other issue is zone control. You're on the edge, so you're going to have more rats behind you that sneak in. And you'll have to figure that out too. I think there's going to be a dude like sniping out here somewhere.
Moving here. Cancel that.
I'm more worried about a guy like walking up right behind me while I'm exposed up here. Ooh, this build.
Moving here.
Could be a guy in there for sure. No money for, well, I do have UAV money. But there is a guy back here. We know that because they were fighting. Question is, with the HDR, do I aim for headshots when I see a player crossing, or do I just go for body shots and just try to take armor? Like, if a guy's sitting still, sure, hit a headshot, but I think if you aim at the head when they run by and you miss, it's not great either. But if you hit the armor, at least you get the plate difference. I hear shooting out here.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
9 players,
Two legs closed.
Circle's gonna fuck me.
Marked. Cancel that. Moving here.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
I don't like this circle. There's definitely gonna be a guy at that buy station. 100%. Question is, can I loot it? A loadout.
Cancel that. Down.
Fuck, I almost got sniped. There's another guy shooting in the house next to me.
Gas is moving.
Risky. I hear him. I gotta move into that house. No cover, huh? He's gotta be on the inside. Like out back.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Wait, he just... I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, I tried to get the headshot on him. He re-peeked at the worst time. I was trying to be more aggressive because I figured that would help me. But I should have maybe just stayed. And when he re-peeked it, he got a few extra hits in, which made me weak. And I couldn't hip fire it as fast as I wanted to. That was rough. Because I thought he'd just sit in the corner. I'd jump out and immediately kill him. And no. That was just not the way I wanted that to go. I could have just waited and like headshot him. But in my mind, I'm like, I don't want to have to be pushed by the storm and have to rush him. So I want him to, like, basically challenge me. I hurt him a little, tagged him. I could maybe win that fight because he's a little bit weaker. But if he re-peeks me, I'm sprinting. My gun's down, so I can't shoot as fast. And unfortunately, that's what happened. He immediately countered it and just fired, like, immediately, which is just shitty. But you win some, you lose some. It's just... You never know how those are going to go until you try. And sometimes there's good ways to play. Sometimes there's risky. And to me, it's like, I don't have a lot of time. Because if I sit here and fight this guy and have to wait for zone and storm, that allows somebody else to fight me and push back. And then I have to fight him and the storm. And it's like, I don't really want to do that. Plus the third party. So if I kill him now, I have time to move. I have time to scan. I have time to look. And then I don't have to worry about, well, zone's going to push me and I have nowhere to rotate to. And now that other guy holding me out is going to be the problem. Got you right. Nice. Ooh, weird shot, though. That was fucking hilarious. Maybe he didn't have plates. Interesting. GG's, I guess. Just rough on pushing the window, unfortunately. Close, though. Close. Go for a second win. In that scenario, I probably would have just used my AR, like that last kill. Because if you pull the sniper rifle out, you run the risk of just having a slow fire rate. So unless you hit your shot, you won't win. And it's harder, in my opinion, to hit a sniper shot than it is just to hit 4 or 5 AR shots. And you got a 60 round, 30 round mag with an ACOG. Like, throw that shit back on and just spray. You spray, you hit a couple, you break armor, you knock him really quickly. Meanwhile, he snipes, misses. Even if he snipes and hits you and breaks your armor, you can still down him by the time he reloads that bolt. Not to mention you get the bolt, like, bounce, like when you get shot, flinch. So, in that range, I would have used an AR. It's interesting seeing him swap to the sniper. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't have done it, but it worked. He didn't kill me up with it, so, like, I don't care. But I think a lot of players do weird decisions like that that can lead up to them losing. And I've noticed that from playing PUBG. Like, PUBG was a big one. You would usually have, like, an AR with, like, a certain optic on it. You would have, like, either a red dot for close range, or you would run, like, an ACOG, but you could swap them. So you could put, like, your red dot on when you push close. You could put your 4X on, or an 8X scope. But if you run an ACOG rifle, like an M16 and M4 in that game, and you have a Kar 98 sniper, you can sit there and snipe at somebody running along the edge of the zone as they're moving. And it's like, bang, you fire, you pull the bolt back, you missed, you shoot again, you miss, and it's like, damn, I'm not really hitting my shots. Meanwhile, you could take your AR with a scope line up your shot, fire a couple shots, like pop, 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 pop. And if you miss, you just readjust a lot quicker. And if you have an extended mag on that gun, you can eventually lead your shot and you hit more consistently. So it's like pop, 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 and you're hitting, you're breaking armor. Where meanwhile, the guy using the sniper rifle is just shooting and missing, shooting and missing, shooting and missing. And it's like, dude, it's 10 times easier. Just pull out that AR and just spray the guy down, even from a distance. Because you might be wasting ammo, but you're breaking armor. You're breaking his plates. You're doing all of that to like make him weaker. And I've noticed a lot of the time players just pick the sniper rifle out for weird reasons when they don't need it and it's not good. And I think that's different with COD. Maybe because there's a little more close range fights sometimes that this, you know, might work in your favor in certain goofy situations. But I've just noticed that a lot of players don't have that mindset of just use the AR, kill it. Like, it's so simple to hit those shots. It's easier to hit those shots. But some people just, I don't know. I think they just feel like they have to use the sniper all the time. And it's like, you don't have to. It's there if you need it. But you could probably be better off without it. A stunner flash would have been good. Oh, for me winning my fight? I thought about throwing one out the door, but I was like, I already shot him. I broke his armor. And if I try to stun or flash, it might delay it. And he might not expect me to push so aggressively. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just push it. And unfortunately, he peaked when I was like right here. So he's on this edge here. And I'm like here, so it's like we're meeting face to face as I'm going out the window, and I'm like, fuck, I can't rotate fast enough to catch him. And unfortunately, he got like 2 or 3 shots into my body while I'm trying to like turn and aim, and I couldn't, you know, get the target where I wanted it to be. So it's the timing, you know, that kind of fucked you. Otherwise, I would have won the gunfight, like no question. It's just that scenario, you don't know where they're gonna move and how they're gonna move, and in Call of Duty, microseconds like literally matter. You have 1 extra plate than the other player, but if you don't hit a shot or they hit 2 headshots, well, your advantage just disappeared. So all it takes is just a fraction of a second for things to go wrong, and you never know like what exactly is going to happen. Like, you can bully players, you can pressure players, and you can kind of increase your odds, but at the end of the day, you won't know until you try it. And there's certain things I could have done differently in that fight, like throwing stuns, throwing whatever, but I was just like, I'd rather use them later, you know, maybe. And even then, I don't want him to heal while I'm waiting. So I'm like, I'll just fucking push him. It'll be fine. You know, he's probably just sitting in the corner, and nope. Unfortunately, the timing of my rotation was just really bad. It's also predictable, too. Like, I'm not saying that it wasn't, like, a bad play, but it's just, you're putting more pressure and you're hoping that the player makes a mistake, and you're utilizing that pressure to give you that advantage. And when players get shot in the face and they lose their armor and they're worried and they're concerned, they're like, oh, maybe I'll plate. And then you push and then you catch them while they're plating. Or you push and you do something else, like you just catch them off guard. They're like, they don't expect you to peek the corner, and then you immediately fly around the corner and just all up in their face. And they're just like, shit. And then if they don't have plates and they didn't replate, well, you're full HP. They're not. You have an advantage. So you're just trying to read all those little guesswork kind of like games to see if you can make it work for you. But it doesn't guarantee that you're going to win every fight. You know, and the reason I lost that one was the timing of his peak, and then just me not being able to recover and hip fire correctly. That was it. If I was able to hip fire when he walked in the door and backed off and immediately just hip fired his head, sure, I would have won. But I didn't know he was going to look at me until it was too late. So you don't know those things until you do them. And it's really easy to sit back, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but it's really easy for anybody, myself included, to go back over the gameplay and be like, well, what did I do wrong here? And then you reanalyze each situation and you can pick it apart, and you'll always find a solution. I'm dead. Oh, nope, maybe not.
Oh, I lost.
Yeah, I fucked up. I was not ready for that. I hear his mic in the background. But hindsight is always easier. You know, when you're in the moment and you're playing, you get one choice, one chance. when you have a fight that's over, you can study it and go, well, what did I do wrong? And then you look at all the decisions you make and go, well, I could have thrown stuns. I could have peeked a different door. I could have went back outside and waited. I could have rotated a different direction. It's endless. But the difference is, like, are you critiquing or are you just making yourself feel worse for losing? So you have to understand, like, those situations and realize, okay, maybe next time I do that, I'll do it a little differently. But there's no guarantee it would work out either way. It's just you learn each step. I want the gold sniper, or do I want the HDR? There's probably a dude out in this house. The zone is kind of goofy. It'll probably be up here. And it still could be in the bottom corner where I'm at, but I don't know. I need more money. What's up, Tugger? How you doing? How's the games going? I had a win earlier. Had a last, like, top 10 place in it last game. Unfortunately, I died. Yeah, shit happens. I hear him. Oh, he broke a window. I think he was out back. Those headshots wreck, dude. They're so crazy. I'm just short on funds for the loadout, though. I basically have my loadout, just a default ground loot one. And I should get a loadout drop in a couple minutes anyway. That's like down here somewhere.
Cancel that.
Oop, I need to move that mixer back. I keep trying to, like, move my mouse there and smack it, and then I can't turn left. A lot of shooting over there. And there's a safe. Maybe I'll get my skin. I've opened a lot, and I still haven't got that damn thing. And they increased the odds. Which is even worse. I still don't have it. I was gonna donate it on Twitch, but I don't see the option. So Twitch... I don't know if you could donate on Twitch right now. Like, directly to Twitch, but you could always do a direct donation through, like, Streamlabs or Stream Elements in my donation link. There's also Facebook Stars, but I think, like, the direct donation would be easier. I just don't know which one you want to use, but that's up to you. If you do donate, let me know. I don't know if it'll pop up with the alert, though. The alerts have been kind of... I need to make sure that they're set up correctly, so it'd be a good way to test it. Oh man, I got lucky. He ran out of ammo. I didn't think he'd repeat like that. But that's another example of, like, how I lost my last fight, but this time it went in my favor. He ran out of ammo right there at the end in the corner, and I was able to get him. Truth be told, I wasn't quite sure he was in here. And I was just trying to get information on if he was or wasn't. And thankfully it worked. When I re-peeked it... Oh. I wonder if I'll re-peek that.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
That's awkward.
Get to the new safe zone.
Little recoil struggle there. I don't even know if that's the same guy. It probably is. I don't know where he went, though. That's the bigger problem. There he is. He went in the build. Ooh, nope, he didn't go in the build. He went behind the bush and popped out and headshot me. Nice.
Fight to earn redeployment.
But there should be a stream link or a Stream Labs or Stream Elements link in the link tree URL on Facebook. Look in the description, click that, and it'll say donation, and it'll give you options. How did I lose? Did he headshot me? Damn. That's unfortunate. I wonder if I have it set up right. Let me see. So live stream donations, it'll take you to the Streamlabs link. Now I don't know if the alerts will work, but that one. That might work. I honestly don't know if the alerts will go off. So if you do donate, let me know. I can also log in and see. Log in with Twitch, maybe? Oh, I probably need to set up my payment option for this too. The top tipper is still Brother Bob. I didn't use direct donations for a long time. And the problem I had with that is Twitch. Well, my main issue was that YouTube was a bit of a problem where YouTube had an issue where donations would come in. Well, hold on, let me explain. I used to stream on YouTube and Twitch, and I had it set up correctly. But then when I signed a contract over on Facebook, I couldn't take direct donations for a while. They were like, you have to use Facebook stars. And I was like, okay. So I used Facebook stars, and eventually they allowed direct donations. I think early on they changed it. But I noticed people donated more stars than direct donations. Like, it was drastically different. And that was more helpful. So we saw that. But I don't know if I have the alerts set up correctly, so I don't know if it'll work. I think you need to do the safe at the dam, do I, in order to get the skin? I don't think so. I think that's just the introduction one. But I think the safe, you just open random safes and eventually you get one. Like Dalton sending stars, for example, on Facebook. Speaking of, it'll pop up here in a sec. But thank you for the 310 stars, by the way. I appreciate you. Also, I forgot Timmy over here sent 500 stars, and I need to pin that, but I don't know if I can. I always try to keep the highest star sender tipped. The other thing I want to do, but I don't know if I can do it because Facebook gaming is kind of in the shitter, is that I could do something like this. Let me see here. They basically, the alerts for Facebook aren't really supported right now, which is really, 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 really fucking annoying. Some platforms support them, some don't. But I could always do like this. I don't like how that's written. Because it's like Timmy Phillips 500 stars, but like normally it would have like a money sign there and you just do it that way. But I don't like how that looks because it's just a lot. And if I put 500, people are going to think that's $500. Because if I do it this way, it's like, So there's a problem with like how to present how many stars you get, how many bits you get, how many direct cash donations you get. And it's like, well, you can't do $500. Like, that doesn't work because it's $5. I guess you could just do this. You could simplify the stars and do this manually and just do the conversion. And instead of doing stars, just do it that way. Is that going to change the font for all of it or just the highlighted one? Yeah, that's going to change it for all. But I could do it that way. But when I used to stream on Facebook, they had their system updated so you could have like a section for top star sender and then top cash donor, and it was like really simple, like you just list it. But now it's kind of awkward because I can't do that automatically. And then now, if I wanted, I guess I could just do it manually. That's hard to say. I love that star icon, though. That thing, that emote that Tessa and Patrick are posting. I still like that emote a lot. It's probably like my favorite one. Not just because they're stars. I just think it's cute. I'm so dead here if there's no gun. I cannot win a pistol fight on PC against a controller player. That shit ain't happening. Ain't happening. Spawn fights against a controller player with a handgun, super unfair if you're a keyboard mouse player. Like, that aim assist on a handgun is just really strong, and it'll get you. It'll get you every time. Even when you're getting shot out of the air, that's the rough one. Also, where'd my chat go? Hold on. I fixed it. I sent them on Facebook. Oh, nice. Okay, that was you. Thanks, man. Stars, I'm going to sound weird, and I'm not ungrateful. But stars can be kind of tricky because, like, in order to send, like, let's say you send me a $5 donation. That $5 donation on Facebook stars might have cost you, like, $8 or $10 total. Because you're buying bundles. So sometimes direct donations are generally better for you if you want to do like the direct ones through like Stream Elements or Stream Labs. But once I set that up, I'll clarify that and I'll get that corrected. I think there was a payment issue I had there where it needed me to verify like a bank account or something. And it was like an old bank account from like years ago, so I haven't used it. There's a guy right there. And I'm like, I can't verify it because I don't know the numbers because I don't have the account number. And I can't remove it and I can't change the payout method there. So I might need to swap over to the other one. But one of the issues is that one of them works for Facebook. One of them does not work for Facebook. And it's like, fuck. So I could use one and have like direct cash donations work, but then it doesn't alert me for stars or likes or subs or whatever. And that's the hard part with multi-streaming. There's a lot of platforms where you get different alerts and different donation types, and then you get different settings for alerts. And it's really, really hard to figure them out, like to get them organized. I heard a guy parachuting, and there was a guy here. Yes, I do have a heartbeat. No, he's not going to show up. So I just need to sit down and probably redo all my alerts at some point. And I've known about it. I thought about doing it last night, but I was like, I'm going to bed. So I didn't do it. But I've never ran into the issue yet, so. Because part of me is like, I don't expect people to donate. Like stars, I could see that being more common just because my audience is on Facebook. But yeah, the other one, how's the job search? About like that, you know? Not great. Not great. I had a healthcare company reach out to me for sales, and I think it was on Thursday. I applied for the position, and they hit me up with a message. And they're like, yeah, we'd like to... We'd like to interview you and schedule one. And I was like, okay. So I went to their website to schedule the interview. And then it says, like, no times available. I was like, that's odd. So I messaged them and I was like, I tried to schedule it, but it won't let me. We'll see what they say. If they even get back to me. My guess is maybe the position's filled. He's got a sniper too. Dude, he's just a... Oh my god, this is so dumb. Okay, there's another guy. That's a different player. Just trying to get back. If he snipes me, I'm dead. And I also gotta worry about the other one. I also don't know where he is. I'm really just trying to get away. I was gonna push him and fight him earlier, but I was like, dude, I don't want to fight him. He's kind of being kind of sweaty. And I was like, I'll just fuck off. I'll just leave him. And then I started getting third party there, and I was like, nah, I'm just like, nah, I don't care. I don't care at all. Like, you guys could fight it. I'll leave. Would love to see me streaming full time again. I mean, I would like to. My real bet with streaming, if I want to do it full time, I would have to make an income again. So part of that, and I'm just speaking off the cuff, is how content creation works. And I'm not saying I'm entitled to anything, because you need to understand that like content creation is usually supported by a community. Without a community, you cannot make it work. You need to have X amount of viewership on your live streams, on your video content. And the higher percentage of viewer count that you get, the more likely you are to get subs and donations, right? So you can at least make some money directly from your audience. The other problem is that if your viewer count is not high enough, it won't support it. And then you have to get subs and stars, donations, cash donations, whatever, in order to make it work. But with that being said, the other issue that you run into is you can't expect people to sub to you. You can't expect people to follow, donate, you know, and earn money directly. So you have to present content or streaming that is entertaining enough to get those viewerships levels and that number to make it sustainable. Usually that takes time. You have to build an audience, get a following, get active people in your chat, get active viewers in your chat, and just kind of build that way, which takes time. Damn. That was goofy. I don't know what he shot me with. Oh, it's a submachine gun. No wonder. But I think for me, the path forward, if I want to do content creation full-time, would be to edit video content and make short-form reels, long-form Facebook videos like I used to. Instead of doing them for streams, I just post standalone videos. And if those streams got a high enough viewership, I could make enough money if they get the viewership. And the other thing there is you're not relying on donations. You're not relying on charity. You're not relying on subs. You're just relying on creativity. So you have to hope that your video does well enough and the platform likes it and gets enough push. And if it does, well, you could maybe make enough money to do things, right? But I'm probably going to get sniped in the back. How am I missing that? You're really trying to RPG me there? I'm going to get sniped for sure. He's either here or gonna... Yep. Someone tried to snipe me. Oh, down low, maybe? Thing is, he's got to move. Ooh. Later. Question is, do I want a car or do I not want a car? I have not decided. A car would not be a bad idea. I'd probably survive longer if I had one. But sometimes using a vehicle, people just know, and it's like, eh. It's sometimes nicer doing it without it. But realistically, I can't expect people to sub. I can't expect people to donate. So the only thing I can do, and the only thing I really have control over, is making content and streaming. Streaming in general just doesn't pay bills unless you have a massive audience already and you pull in high viewership numbers. So me being a strategy guy and knowing what I know, I see that and I'm like, okay, you have one option to really do this full time. That's making short form content and making long form video content. The question is, what type of videos do you make every single day to hope to get enough views that it works? That's usually the challenge you run into as a content creator. Like, you can make X amount of gameplay footage, video games, whatever, but it doesn't mean that it's gonna work. Oh, fuck off. I knew going here would be a bad idea. I couldn't tell where he was, to be honest. Oh, he's in the window.
Moving here.
Gonna get sniped in the back. Up here. I bet if I park the car there, I can. So he shoots at me and never peeks.
Cancel that.
That's crazy. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Every time I like get in the car to run away, it's like he knows that I'm not looking at him. As soon as I get in the car, he'll get in. That's so fucking annoying. Here it comes. He's gonna start shooting again. Or he won't. I don't fucking know what he's doing. That's weird, though. Is he still in there, though, you think? Or did he fuck off and rotate out? He's not giving a lot of information. He could see for me. I don't even know if he's still in there. He might have rotated down here into this build. I want to kill him just on principle. Being a little fucking asshole, but, you know, whatever. You play your game, I'll play mine. Your sniping is as good as anyone? Well, that doesn't matter. Like, you could be the best Call of Duty player, but it doesn't mean you'll be successful at making content. One thing that I've learned is that you don't have to be the best in order to be successful as a content creator. You just have to be entertaining. Now, entertaining is open to opinion. There's a lot of things that you can argue for based on what people like or what they don't like. So there's a big variety there on what people find interesting or entertaining. So content creation isn't always about being the better player. If you look at Call of Duty or competitive games, there's always attention for, I get the highest kill-death ratios ever, and I have the highest kill games, and I dropped a world record. Like, there's always going to be that for competitive games. But there's also, like, comedy or just entertainment in general, funny moments, highlights, good plays, whichever. You just have to kind of figure out a niche that works and gets attention that you want to stick with, and then eventually build on that. Sniping was my thing for a long time because of FaZe Clan, montage making, Call of Duty 4, all the way through like Modern Warfare 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you know, you name it. I'm totally gonna get shot doing this shit. Wonder how many people are out here just hiding in the bushes. You think? There's 30 players left. I haven't seen a lens flare for days. So really, as a content creator, you have to, Doc's a good example. I don't know. You could use Doc as an example for being an entertainer. Is he the best Call of Duty player? No. Is he probably better than the most players? Sure. I mean, Tim the Tapman's in the same boat. Tim usually, with Tim, it's more comedy, entertainment, right? Like, I don't think people watch Tim because he's dropping kill records, if we're being honest, right? Like, they watch him because he's funny, he's a great commentator, He's good at storytelling. He's good at making moments entertaining, hanging out with friends, just having good times, good vibes, whichever. And I would put Tim in there with Doc, you know, in the sense of like how that style of content works. But Tim's also kind of an exception because he's such a popular creator. He's also been doing this for a long time, and he's always had like massive popularity. So that's another part of it. The bigger you get also, you don't really have to try as hard. Like if you go live and you always have 5,000 viewers just as a default setting, your gameplay only gets you so far. And then even then, you can kind of do whatever you want, really, within reason. And people will still watch you because they've watched you for 5, 6, 7 years. Like viewership, loyalty, retention, you know, things of that nature. But there's a big change on newer creators. Oh, fuck. I wasted money. I didn't realize I already had a self. So newer creators or smaller creators have to be a little bit more picky on how to upload content, what to upload, where to get the most viewership, where to get the most growth. And since I haven't played for like 2-3 years, I kind of have to redo that whole thing and rebuild everything, which is my fault, but it takes time. And that's the hard part about doing content creation full time if you choose to, because you're constantly going to be battling, can I get enough views on my videos? Can I create enough ideas that are entertaining enough to make people watch and come back? Will people sub? Will people donate? Will I get enough viewership? Like, a good way to break it down, too, is, like, knowing that if you want to be full-time, you're like, well, I need to get... Let's say I look at it and it's like, well, I need to get 5 million views on video content a month in order to pay my bills. It's like, okay, 5 million's a pretty good number. If I upload 1 video a day, that's 30 videos. If 5 of those videos get 1 million views, well, that's done, right? But if you break it down and you do 30 divided by 5 million, you're like, well, my average is going to have to be different, right? So I'm going to have to get X amount of views per video in order to make that goal at a base level. Some videos will outperform others, some won't get, you know, 1,000 views to begin with, and it's just like, damn, like, you're kind of stuck. So as a creator, you're constantly battling that. You're just like, how do I make sure that I can create 30 solid ideas, 30 solid videos in order to get X amount of views? And usually how that works is you kind of go with what you've done in the past if you've been successful at it, where when I was full-time posting, I was averaging more. I was probably averaging like 20 to 50 million views a month, which is insane. But I was also uploading a lot of content. Like a lot different. Facebook was different. The algorithm was different. Facebook actually backed Facebook gaming. Like they were putting money behind it. They were supporting it. They were promoting the video content more. They're promoting streaming more. And you're trying to do that on Facebook or a platform that doesn't have that support. So it's going to be a little bit harder. It's not impossible. Don't get me wrong. It's not impossible. I'm just being critical of how it works currently. So you have to deal with those situations. I always miss those shots. Like, I don't know where to shoot on the side of the car. I think you're kind of limited too. I think you can only shoot in so many places. And then that car's just hard to shoot people out of because of the armor. Damn. What the fuck just happened there? Oh, he's gonna fucking self-res by the time I get the fuck over there. He smoked that. Oops. I don't know if that was him. I'm getting sniped at. I don't like that. I saw the bullet trail, but I don't know where the fucking shot came from. I thought it was behind me. Oh, I gotta go there? Fuck.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
That is not good. That is not good. Oh, that's brutal. That's a horrible rotation. I should have just kept going this way. I also just noticed I don't have a heartbeat. I don't need one, but it kind of helps in final circles for sure. That might help too.
10 remain. You're almost done here.
There's a vehicle parked here. Oop. I'm dead. I didn't hit the headshot I needed. GG's. Yeah, I also quit streaming for like 2 years. That's really where that came from. So I'm not going to have like active viewers, active followers, you know, in that sense. Most of your subscribers are casual players, usually. That's kind of how that goes. But realistically, if you look at like content creation and how to grow, I teach it, right? It's just, I'm really bad at like consistently doing it for a long duration based off mostly my ADHD. I tend to just kind of do the bare minimum. I'm not super invested. I'm not like really aggressive with it. So I just kind of like, I can just kind of do this and I don't have to do all the other stuff. And I think most of it is my ADHD. I would blame it on that. If I'm going to be pretty dramatic with it and just be like, yeah, most of the problem is I just get comfortable and don't care. And it is what it is. But with the ADHD stuff and not being able to care sometimes, it's just, it happens. But if you enjoy what you're doing and you're making content with what you're doing, you can realistically be successful. It takes time. I got another phone call for a different job. But that's a different job that I didn't want to potentially do. Wait, when was that? That was Wednesday. Yikes. I looked into another company. They wanted to interview me, but then I looked through like all the reviews and their reviews were horrendously bad. And I was like, yikes, maybe I don't want to work at that one. The other one that messaged me had decent reviews. Salary seemed okay, but I'm still waiting to hear back from them because I couldn't book the meeting. Oh well. But back to the content creation discussion. If you're good at it and you're motivated to do it and you want to play content, like you want to play a certain game and make content based on that game, if it's really easy when you're motivated to do that. But if you don't want to do it and you're like, I don't want to edit videos, I don't want to sit down and make scripts, I don't want to sit down and, you know, actually play the game, that's different, right? You're not going to do it. And knowing me, that's kind of how I am. So even if I want to do it full time and get back into content creation full time, part of me does and part of me doesn't. Part of me is kind of over it. I've done it for like 10, 15 years. The other part of me also looks at it like from a financial perspective. Like if I were to work very hard and grow my channel back, I could probably earn more doing content creation if it went well versus a normal 9 to 5. But the trick is you can't guarantee that. So you don't know. And then if you waste 6, 8 months doing it and then you spend your savings paying your bills, well, what do you do when you run out of money and you can't pay your bills? like you're like, oh, fuck. But then you run into a problem. So that's kind of why I was thinking maybe try to get a full part-time job and just do content creation on the side and make video content in my free time, or just focus on something else for a bit and just not do it. And I think I'm somewhat at that point, realistically. That's like working at Lowe's. They have terrible management. Well, that's any industry position, realistically. It's very common. But they're also kind of trying to follow whatever corporate has. So they're tiptoeing the line of what they are supposed to accomplish. And then it doesn't always work with, you know, real life at times. And unfortunately, that corporate balance sheet, you know, kind of cuts their ability to do things correctly, because it's like, well, we got to make money, and if we don't make money, I can't hire an extra employee to help you. Just bullshit, you know. So they're kind of stretched thin at a lot of positions, and they can only do so much with what they're given. And then, unfortunately, employees suffer from that. I think there's a guy right there. Okay. Guy in the window? I could have sworn he was on the staircase. Maybe I didn't see him run in. I'm just confused because that was not where I thought he was. AMAX or KSV. I think I want the AMAX for my long range for now, and then I'll use the Carnage as well. I mean, we're just starting out off spawn, but yeah. That'd be a good idea.
Marking contract.
Damn good try. Yeah, shit happens. Do what you can.
Enemy intel located.
I think my hard part, I think what's really frustrating for me is I know what I need to do all the time in order to be very successful, but I lack the ability to do it at times. And I am going to blame my ADHD for that, because it just changes my perspective on what I want to do, how I want to do it, my enjoyment level, my motivation level, my mood. And it really, really affects my ability to be effective at accomplishing certain things. And that shit drives me crazy.
Now ensure the point is secure.
'Cause it's like, dude, I know how to get million more.
Effective fire.
Nope, you're not winning that one. But yeah, I think that's like been my big struggle with like the meds, trying to make sure I get them, work that balance out between fixing either anxiety, depression, motivation issues, and trying to get that squared away is the hard part. And when you don't have your meds for a long time, I mean, yeah, like it fucking takes time. So hopefully in like 6 months from now, I'll actually be more consistent with what I want to accomplish. But I don't know, everyone's different.
Great work. You've earned a peek at the next gas spread.
I don't know if I liked that AMAX. It wasn't bad. Seemed kind of...
Positive ID on the bounty target.
I don't know if it was weak or it's just like the one that I have is not doing it for me. All right, he's back here on the red build probably.
Cancel that.
There's a buy station there. I can go here, dealership. How did I win that? I got lucky. I headshotted versus him. Realistically, that's pretty much what happened. Headshots win games. If you're able to hit a headshot and they just hit you in the arms or legs, you'll probably win more frequently. Also, gun type matters. How they challenge you matters. Wait, did I not get... So if they challenge you and their gun's like halfway out versus, you know, yours and you're ready to shoot first, I mean, you can win that.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Is I see him on the UAV. Oh, not UAV. I see him on the radar, but I don't know where he is. He could be in the build. Is he in the hallway, like on that other build? Oh, there's two. He's probably on the other side now, rotating. One guy jumped.
Hostile UAV in the area.
One guy there.
Moving here.
I think I scared him with the jump shot. Ah, I missed. He's a little to my right. I should have taken my time and headshot him the first time. Oh, fucking A, dude. Ah, the bullet drop, bro. Not bullet drop, but the sway, the breathing.
We lost track of the mounting target. Contact failed.
You get sniped at? I saw a bullet trail that went past him, so I don't know where that came from.
Taking effective fire! Enemy movement. Moving here.
UAV is online.
That's a bad idea. I pushed up on the ridge, and I was like more exposed to him. I'm gonna lose that. Fuck, I should not have done that. I should have reloaded. I got a little
Deployment. Failure.
impatient.
Elimination.
He has a really good head glitch there. Even though I broke him, I have to full body peek him in order to fight him. And unfortunately, he did that while I was running toward him. And he knew it. So it didn't work out for me. It really didn't. And he could kill me again with my loadout being there. I'm gonna hope I can grab it before I get shot in the back or something, but we'll see. Ah, fuck. There's another guy. GG's. I'm gonna spectate this one. I'm gonna watch for a bit and see what happens. I don't like this menu. Like, I get the idea of having a stat sheet pop up and tell you your stats and show you your character, and I'm assuming they designed it to like maybe make you want to buy skins or camos or something because it showcases your character and people see that stat report. But after you die, you have to go to a black screen, wait for that to load, and then you have to click spectate or leave, and then you can spectate after another black screen. And it's just like, why not, after you die, just immediately give you like an on-screen scoreboard that shows you the scoreboard, but it immediately spectates the other guy? Why do I need to see all that visual stuff and go through multiple screens when all I'm trying to do is just spectate? I have to wait like 20 seconds, 30 seconds just to spectate, and then I don't get to spectate right away. So imagine you're in the top 10, you get killed, and you go to try to spectate, but then the game ends, and you don't get to see how it ends because the loading screens took too long. Like, I don't know, that just drives me crazy. That one bothers me. I'm overthinking it, but like, man... that one, I just think is annoying. Probably for good reason, too. Ooh. All headshots. That guy was not ready. He's only got 3 kills. It was kind of a weird way to be just prone out there, but, I mean, you do you, man. I just remember the old system for being in a lobby where you kill a player, then you immediately start spectating. And do you really need that extra screen? Like, do you really need it, though? Like, oh, cool, you get to see how your character looks. As if I don't know how it looks already? Like, of course I know how it looks. Like, it doesn't make sense. I feel like they just added it in to make it look cool. And maybe make it to where people can see your character and give you like more insight. Like, hey, you spent money on those skins. Let's let you see them. But it just seems clunky. Like it doesn't flow right because I think it interrupts the game too much. What's up, Tyler? How you been, man? Thank you for the 2,270 stars. Goddamn. All right, I got to go edit this thing. All right, son of a bitch. Coming in here, donating stars, being a cool dude. Making me edit my text. What a guy. Actually, I want to make the text cooler. Let me see if I can do this. I still remember when you subbed, by the way. That's kind of funny, actually. My brain's weird. Okay. If I do that, I can edit that. That's a lot of stars, by the way. Goddamn. Oops, sorry you guys can't watch the gameplay right now. I'm doing things. We're paying the bills. All right, it's not Timmy. I'm gonna delete that one. I'm converting it to value versus doing the star one. And then I wonder if I could do it this way and then maybe make a break there. Yeah, that could work. But I'm also gonna ruin that real quick. I'm gonna delete that one. I'm gonna make that a label. We're not watching this. All right. Top donation label. I want to. Can I duplicate? Paste duplicate. Okay, that's cool. All right, all right, all right. I have a plan. I have a plan. Just bear with me. I do believe I have a plan. All right, so we did 2. God damn, that's a lot. 227, and then we could do this, and we could do Tyler. Okay, I can't type. I'm like doing too much. There we go. All right. Now, how's that gonna look size-wise? Okay, that's what I wanted, but I would like to. Actually, should I do? What if I do? I'm thinking out loud here. Oop, wrong window. Wrong window. Awkward. I know you guys can't watch the gameplay right now. I'm trying to fix that. Oh, I got it. Now you can. Sweet. Okay. And then what if I do rename label, name label, a top donation there. Actually, I'll just leave that there. And then I can maybe do, I want that full screen so I can see it. And then I can maybe make the color different. What do we do here? Oh, I can't see the color before I change it. That's no fun. What if I do yellow? That's pretty bright. That's pretty aggressive. Now, I could put the top donation text in yellow, or I could put the value and the name in yellow. But I don't think I want it to be all white, because then that makes it harder to read. I think that looks okay. I don't know about the yellow, though. I could also make that... I can also make it red. But I think yellow just stands out more. It's like very easy to spot. But why is it white? There's a background color, outline color. Oh, that's why. The outline color is white. I don't want that. I want it to be black. There we go. That's better. Maybe like that? You think? That's pretty legible. Usually a white text with a black outline is the most readable thing on any background because you're separating what it's behind. Usually when you go like red or blue and other weird colors, like sometimes it's harder to see. But I think that looks fine. But thank you for the 2270. God damn, that's crazy. That's a lot of stars. And I also need to pin that too, by the way. Now, the only problem is I got to do that manually. Now, normally you could do that automatically, but Facebook doesn't work because Facebook's silly. The problem I run into is that people can donate stars. People can donate direct cash. They can technically donate bits, but I don't have a Twitch viewership, so people don't really send bits because I just don't care. Also, people just don't send bits generally, ever. Oh, wow. You got fucking hosed. Level 1. That must be a glitch, right? Please tell me that's a glitch. His name's Tower. And he's in the tower. And he's level 1. With 2 kills. Okay. He's in his home. But the main thing is like down here. What I would love to have is like the top donation thing. where it updates automatically between stars and like cash donations. The problem is nothing like that works coding wise. It's not created yet. You can have two of these where it's like top donation, top star sender, but then you have to have two links next to each other. Like, so you have two text layers, and you can't just replace one or the other automatically. You'd have to do it manually. So if someone comes in and sends like a $50 cash donation, I would have to go in and type that in. You could technically make that one for cash donations automatically, and you can make stars automatically, but they're two separate text windows. They don't combine. And that bothers me because it's like there's no real way to present it to make it look great. It just becomes tricky. And I really hate that. Like I don't know, it just drives me nuts. You're complaining about donations? How dare you? It's like, no. I'm just picky about aesthetics. Also, making it easier for me to manually do that in the game, or while I'm in a game, makes sense. Because obviously, if people donate or tip or sub or whichever, it's like I want to credit them. It's just when you're in the middle of a match and then somebody donates and you don't notice it, or the alert doesn't go off, you kind of forget, and you're just like, ooh, someone sent $5. Let me shout it out. And you're like, wait a minute. You didn't even think about it and you forgot. That happens. And that's a problem. So it's better to have it automatic, but I think the whole Facebook stars and the direct donations becomes complicated. But I really need to look into it again, because Stream Elements and Streamlabs are the only two that technically work. But I don't know if they both work with Facebook. And I don't mind having like two layers for donations and subs there. But the other option you can do is you could do like most recent sub, highest star sender, top donator, and then that would be fine. But I wonder if I could code it and maybe make an edit and maybe make it just convert stars to money, and then it wouldn't matter. But I don't think I have the ability to do that with their program. I don't think I could write that. And it also depends if that works with Facebook. Because sometimes Facebook doesn't give control to the API that these notifications need. And I think Streamlabs or Stream Elements is the only one. Stream Elements used to have it, and then Facebook stopped replying to them and updating the system, so it didn't work. So I don't know. Oh, that's close. Hold on. What did I do? My screen's frozen. I fixed it. It's gonna take a second. Maybe. I think the game either crashed or my PC's freaking out. I'm gonna give it a moment. The problem is I don't hear the audio. Oh, there we go. Scan, select, and repair. Unexpectedly start working. Boo. Okay, I didn't break it. It just broke itself. I'm going to move that over there. No, right there. And then I can have the chats here. And I can read the chat. That's better. I'd love to see you on TikTok. I know it's not a serious platform. No, TikTok's very serious. The only issue with TikTok that I have, isn't it supposed to get banned again? Like, I don't know if it'll actually get banned, because I'm going to be political. Fuck it. Everybody knows I'm not really a Republican. Shocker. I just don't like Trump. Like, I just don't. But like, his administration's very unpredictable with things. And the TikTok ban was supposed to happen beforehand. It's so funny too, because Biden gets a lot of shit for that. And it's like, it's Biden's fault. And it's like, dude, that was put in place by Trump when he was president the first time. Biden came into office. They never really got rid of it. And then now Trump was in his presidency. It was like during his inauguration, essentially, TikTok was supposed to be banned for the first time. And then everyone panicked. They banned it. And then like a day or two later, they postponed the ban. So it didn't get banned. It was a temporary like 90-day waiting period or whatever it was at the time. So it's like, okay, so they're not banning TikTok. They're going to keep it there for a bit. But the condition was that they were extending it to where they have to find a buyer or a seller. And then ByteDance is the company that owns TikTok. It's a Chinese-based company. They own it. So ByteDance has to sell it to a US-based company within that extra 90-day platform. The problem is ByteDance is like, yeah, we're not fucking selling shit. We'd rather you just ban us. And it's like, damn. So that hasn't changed. And I don't know what the situation is currently, because I think the technical, like, second time, like the 90-day extension is supposed to expire soon, or it might expire. The question is whether or not they will enforce it. Because if I remember right, it was a Supreme Court decision. So there's really nothing a president can technically do to prevent it from being banned. Like, maybe he can just say, oh, I don't want you guys to ban it, and then they just don't enforce the law. That's a possibility. I don't know. And that's why I said it's unpredictable. Yeah. I think the court has to reverse the ban. But the court stated that in order for TikTok to operate, they have to sell it. And TikTok has no interest in doing it. Now, I could record and stream to TikTok and do vertical formats. The only problem there is it would fuck up my recording system. So the way that I record my videos, the way that I stream my videos, there's a couple programs that I'm hoping that will fix that for me in the future. But you can do it currently. You can do your live stream in a 16:9 widescreen format, which is what you're watching now. And then you could do a 9:16, which is the vertical phone format. But the way that that works is you stream and you have one setting that allows you to stream widescreen, and you have another stream that allows you to stream vertical. And you can do that all within the same program. The problem is that I use that program currently to do 2 streams at 16:9, so widescreen. And the reason I do that is I can have my widescreen stream that you guys watch with all my alerts, all my cameras, all my overlays, the donation sounds, everything. And then I have a second one that is just the raw gameplay footage with all the audio separate. So you got the gameplay audio separate, you got the voice audio separate, you have like Discord audio would be separate. If I'm playing with another teammate, I can control everyone's levels. And the reason I do that is if I get a moment or a clip, I can go back and I can edit that clip. I can do a commentary over that clip. I can post that clip without my screen being in the way, without a donation alert being in the way. But if I want to do the TikTok thing, I have to get rid of that recording system. And it's like, well, fuck, I don't really want to do that, because then I can only record what you see here. And if I want to do a commentary with a voiceover and not have any on-screen graphics or not have any overlays on the chat, I have to get rid of that. And then it's like, man, I don't know if that's worth it. Because I could stream vertical to I guess you could do it to Twitch. Oh, no, not Twitch. You could do it to YouTube. And you could do it to TikTok. Maybe Twitter would allow you to do it. I don't know if the formatting matters. I think you could technically do vertical to any platform, but how you view it might look a little odd. It might not be a perfect window like on your phone. But yeah, it's odd. They're not going to do it. They're too scared of the people backlash. I mean, they already banned it. They already banned it once. And technically, it's supposed to get banned again. I just don't know what the statute, like, I don't know if they're going to enforce it. And I think that's the thing. I don't think China would ban the US from TikTok because it's a net positive for them. Realistically, you get a bunch of people in the US to use TikTok. They also, I need to get a stream key to stream to TikTok, which is a little harder. I think I could get one if I message a few people, but I know I can also do it through Stream Elements. That might work. There might be another workaround I could do. There's a new streaming program called Meld, and I've used it in the past, and I use it to do some video content and do local recording for certain things, but they're going to make a feature that probably lets me, like, they already have it, like what I described earlier, but I can't record the raw gameplay at the same time I do the 16:9, but they're working on it to make that a thing. So I should, in theory, eventually be able to do TikTok at 16:9 or 9:16, and I would be able to do YouTube, Facebook at the other stuff, and I would still be able to do my recording. But it's not really in demand because it's such a hard thing to, like, manage. It's really hard on your PC. Like, it's a lot. And then a lot of people don't really need it. Like, they don't have a use for it because they're like, oh, I don't need to record all that footage. Like, it doesn't make sense to record all that footage.
Enemy UAV
Don't shoot me. Trying to unlock the skin. Oh, I just got...
Didn't like the odd number roll.
Bro, I just looked at the donation and shot this guy through the wall. Oh my fucking god. I almost said I'm gonna shoot him through the door, and you donated. I looked over, headshotted him. Are you fucking... Holy shit. Well, at least the donation sound works. We know that works. Holy fuck. I don't even know where it went, let alone the amount. I can't see it. But thank you for the $27. I think, like, the what? I'm going to jail, dude. I'm going to jail. That guy's... I'm getting banned. I'm getting banned. Holy fucking Christ. All right, someone's gonna have to tell me the donation amount. Well, actually, I could find out. I can find out. Hold on. Total up to 50. All right, Tyler, thank you for the $50 donation. That's probably one of the craziest things I've done in a minute. That was... I'm reporting myself, dude. I want to watch that back, too, because I fucking know that's going to be insane. Let me record the clip. Okay, we got the clip, and then I'll record the raw... Hold on. There's a guy here. You have a self-res already? That was funny. I was mid-sentence, like, thinking in my head, I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to snipe him through the wall here. And I was about to say it, and then you donated, so I looked over, and then I just shot anyway, and I fucking headshotted his ass. Like, yeah, that was so fucking funny, dude. Oh my god. At least I know the donation sound works. Okay, so it was $27.30, so it's a total 50. You're insane. Also, it was a cash dono. Now I gotta make sure I can get the money from that. I'm sure I could fix it. I can fix it. It's not a problem. Hold on. Tyler making me do math mid-game. This fucking guy out here donating cash, making me do numbers. What a guy. Oh man. All right. And you can't believe you did that, dude. The timing of that clip is so fucking funny, though. I can't wait to go edit that. Okay. So I got the recording. I got the other recording. We saved it. I should have the stream recording with the donation on Facebook. And I should have a clip of it with all the alerts on the screen, too. Oof, my bad, bro. I know, right? Like, so inconsiderate.
Marking contract.
God, the sarcasm is way too high. Please know I'm joking, Chad. Please. I'm sure he does. I'm sure you do. But I gotta bust some balls. God, that was so funny. I just can't believe I didn't say what I was gonna do, and then I still fucking headshotted him. I think my brain got ahead of myself, and I was like, oh, what the fuck is that noise? And I was like, I know what that is. I set these alert donation sounds a long time ago, but I've never used them. And I was like, oh, that must be something different. So I looked over to see what it did. And the timing was just too good. Too good to be true, man. I don't think I could redo that in like a million years. Ah, I'm not going to win that fight, dude. I bodied him, but he's just going to spray me. I'm out in the open. Wait, it was a joke? What do you mean? What was it? Fuck on. You're lying. Quit trolling me. Quit trolling me. That's so damn much. I bet you would jump up on Quick Cook on TikTok. Maybe. I think TikTok's easier to get discovery on. Also, vertical streaming is more popular. But one thing, actually, this is a good topic we should talk about. Have you guys ever heard of the burnt peanut? Not the burnt penis. Not that. No. Sometimes mistaken as the burnt penis, but not always. The rumpled foreskin or something. I don't know. There's some nicknames for him. It's crazy. It's crazy. But his name is the burnt peanut. Not penis, peanut. And what he does is he plays Tarkov. He plays a couple other games, but he got really successful at Tarkov. He's like a VTuber. He's just a little peanut. And then he's kind of funny. And not entirely funny, but a little. You know, I'll give him credit. He's a little funny. Kind of a weird dude. But he went super viral on TikTok by making content videos there and then streaming there. So popular, in fact, that on my Twitter feed this week, everybody has been accusing him of view botting. And me, being the analytical person I am, I know he's not view botting. Is it possible he could be? Sure, anytime. Anyone could potentially be view botting. But when you look at his growth on other social platforms, you look at the numbers and the viewership that he's getting on TikTok, and I don't just mean from live streams. I mean from everything. I mean how many video clicks he's getting on YouTube, how many short form clicks he's getting on those platforms. He's getting millions, hundreds of thousands of views on every video he uploads. So people are definitely liking his content. Hooray! Yeah, that guy. I want to get the confetti. I do want to steal that from him because I think that's funny. I need to put that on a button. But with his content, people were like, oh, his viewership, he goes live and he just immediately gets 5,000 viewers. That's bullshit. Normally it's like a gradual curve. And it's like, but you have to understand he's multi-streaming to multiple platforms. People see him go live on TikTok. They see him go live on Twitter, YouTube, you name it. And then he gets a high viewer count because his audience is so engaged. Like insanely high. He's funny, he's unique, and it's kind of refreshing from what you normally see in the Tarkov category. He makes it interesting. And part of that, I would argue, is from his ability to connect with viewers on multiple platforms, let alone TikTok, and getting those viewers to come from TikTok to his other sites. So he might go live and people get a phone notification on TikTok. Hey, he's streaming on Twitch. And then they just go and they watch him on Twitch. But the accusations of him cheating is so funny. Like, not cheating, but like view botting. It's just like, guys, he's probably one of the fastest growing creators at the moment. Like, period. There was a guy. No, not that build. That build. Was it that build? What was that build? I don't know. One of them. And I think people just get kind of jealous at times where they see somebody outperforming doing a very similar thing that they're doing and they don't understand and they can't comprehend. But there's also some validity there, like where I would argue that when you're looking at certain things, sometimes it looks one way, but there might be something that you're not aware of or you're misinterpreting the data. It's possible he's view botting. It's always possible, but I doubt it because of how much views, how much likes, how much content, like bonuses he's getting on these other sites. It's just good content. It's funny. It's silly. It's appealing to everybody, and people like it. It's a big difference compared to what you see with normal streamers. So if you see like someone going that viral, getting that much attention, it makes sense for their viewership to potentially be more dramatic. It's just, I think a lot of jealousy and frustration gets soaked up in there and people get mad and they're like, well, how do I not have that viewership? How does it, you know, like I do the same thing and my viewership has never been that good. And it's just, the jealousy is unmatched. Like it's absolutely insane. And I really think a lot of that comes from it. But if you're familiar with his channel, you see these other social platforms, how he's just doing very well on YouTube Shorts. He's doing very well on Twitter, TikTok, whatever, you name it. And it's just getting millions and millions of views. It's like, well, of course he's going to do better than the average streamer. Even if you're successful, he's getting 10 times more views than you doing short form content. And that's going to make people way more active. And I just think people are short-sighted because they don't realize the full picture there. Yeah, just nuts. Yo, man, good luck with your games. Gonna hop out. Dude, thanks again for all the help today. I appreciate it. You're doing a lot for me. Holy fuck. Appreciate the stars. That clip, though. That clip, I'm gonna have to upload because that shit was crazy. And the only reason I tried to wallbang that was because yesterday I talked about it before. I explained that you can shoot through those doors. And it's really simple to shoot through the doors. And sometimes people go sit and they camp on the steps behind it. And if you crouch and you shoot, you can go right through the stairway and hit them on the stairway. And I was just like, man, I want to try this. And then you fucking donated and I heard it. And I was like, that's a sound I haven't heard for a while. So I went back to like look at it and I just fired anyway. I didn't even think I would hit anything. So I was like, yeah, who cares? Like, what's that noise and like, what's the music? Like, and of course I fucking headshot him. That shit's crazy. You do realize TikTok is literally banned in China, the country it is from. It's not banned in China, I don't think. I think it's moderated in China to a different degree. China does that with a lot of social platforms, but I could be wrong. Let me see. Why the international version of TikTok is not banned in China, the Chinese version Douyin is the one used there. TikTok is not available on local networks in mainland China or Hong Kong. The U.S. has taken steps to restrict TikTok, including a bill requiring ByteDance to sell ownership or face a ban. TikTok voiced Douyin. ByteDance owns both TikTok, the international version, and Douyin, the Chinese version. So Douyin is the primary platform used in China, while TikTok is the one used worldwide. No TikTok in China, this one. You won't find TikTok on local networks in mainland China or Hong Kong. Instead, users use Douyin. The restriction, considering restrictions on TikTok with a bill passed that could lead to a ban if ByteDance fails to sell. That's in the U.S. They have different platforms. Douyin's another one. There's another one that's similar to that as well. I think it's more of a live streaming app, but it's not Douyin. It's something else too. But I think there's like 2 or 3 competing ones. But maybe that's why. This one was in April. In China, there's no TikTok. There's only Douyin after President Biden signed a bill on Wednesday forcing China. That's weird. That's a weird article because that's in China. TikTok ban is still fair game. Why is there no TikTok? So China doesn't want the outside world content to come into a platform it cannot control. ByteDance. I think Facebook... I think like a lot of our social platforms in the US are banned in China. Like Facebook, for example. I'm pretty sure Facebook's banned. They use WeChat, I think is what it's called. I think also WhatsApp is another, is basically like the WhatsApp is probably the closest thing to WeChat, I would say, but that's a US competitor. And I think that's also banned. It's used in other countries a lot. I think Europe and other countries, but I don't think it's allowed in China. Absolutely nuts. But there's a lot of reasons why they ban or don't ban apps. Would it be better if you banned TikTok? Probably. I think people get confused about the argument really around social media apps is controlling, like they make a big argument about freedom of speech. And then they also try to make the argument about controlling speech. So you also look at TikTok and people go, well, they want you to have TikTok because it shows you dumb stuff and it makes you worse and yada, yada, yada. But there's a lot of helpful things on social media apps from time to time. There's also a lot of garbage. There's a lot of misinformation. Now, other countries can utilize that. They could weaponize that. They could change their algorithm to show you certain things, more political messages to make you vote for certain things and like make you more angry about specific things by showing you that content more often. The other thing is they can restrict your speech, where if you say certain topics, they can ban them, they can hide them. That's always been a concern with a lot of social media platforms. And the argument around TikTok, in my opinion, is not so much about freedom of speech, but more about China controlling one of the largest social media platforms outside of Facebook. Like, Facebook dominates the social media landscape. Like, absolutely dominates. You gonna jump down? That's a rough start. And if you give another foreign power control of social media, especially how it's operated in the US, there's a lot of data there. Like, I could study what your viewer habits history are, what your interests are. I could critique that. I could showcase that. I could steal your information. You connect your device to, whatever network. They can access all your photos. They can access all your videos. They get your location data. They can access all the contact information you have in your phone numbers. They might be able to see emails, depending on how aggressive some of those settings are, if they're not monitored or if they're not policed in a certain way. So it's not so much about like just the content you consume. Like, there's a big argument there, but there's also a lot more security stuff that I don't think people think about. And I would make the argument that social media in general, you wouldn't really want to be, legalized in some ways. Sup, Drifter? Haven't seen you for a minute. I'll answer your comment here, but you need to quit getting banned off platforms. Same thing with Facebook. TikTok and X shadow banned me for criticizing Orange Man. YouTube is the only place I'm not banned or shadow banned. You just have bad luck, dude. Also, I can't hear on my left ear. My fucking headset's freaking out. I'm having a moment. I remember Zuckerberg banned you for some reason. You just need to quit being political, dude. I'm surprised I haven't got hit with a ban yet. Like, I usually speak my mind politics-wise, but I think it's really easy to get automatically owned by people just reporting your content, and then they censor it based off those reports. So sometimes it's not like an intentional ban, but sometimes it could be. They just view it in a way, and they're like, we just need to ban it, and then it's usually like AI that probably does it anyway. But I've had some issues on platforms, but usually I do okay. I usually don't get shadow banned. But the more that you engage in like political commentary, the more likely it happens. I mean, you have people like Hassan on Twitch. He's not shadow banned as far as I know on other platforms, and he's super political, and he says some crazy shit. Like he said that what was it, like a long time ago it went viral, like his whole like America deserved, you know, 9/11. Like it's like what? But when you look at the context of why he said it, you're like, okay, that's really not the best moment that you've ever had. And I understand why they banned him, or he got a suspension off Twitch. But he says stuff like that all the time, and you would think like, oh yeah, you're gonna get banned for sure. But I mean, he's had more, you know, things that he said and done and that are questionable, and he still has multiple platforms. Now he's also really, really popular and successful to begin with. So maybe he has a little bit more leeway, a little bit more, maybe more social contacts than the average person to kind of prevent him from getting banned and shit. Than the average person. Zuck got you because I made a video about Cambridge Analytica. Oh, yeah, that might maybe at the time, yeah, they might be trying to suppress that potentially. I mean, platforms have been caught doing content suppression before, so it wouldn't really surprise me. And that's why I mentioned too, like with social platforms, people are like super eager to ban TikTok, and I'm like, guys, realistically, you should be banning almost every form of social media. But then people are like, well, but freedom of speech, and I'm like, yeah, I get it, but all these programs and platforms aren't so much about freedom of speech. It's more about being able to present whatever viewpoint you want, but then also sometimes push you and guide you to what they want you to observe. And I know that sounds like more paranoia, whatever, like controlling more narratives. Like if you look at Twitter with Elon's made Twitter into basically a right-wing propaganda site. Like I can't post anything on Twitter without somebody telling me Joe Biden and his Hunter Biden's laptop. Like I can't do it. Like it's just fucking constant. And it's just like, holy shit, like I'm just trying to upload Call of Duty gameplay, man. Like I don't really I don't really care. Now that's funny. Now I'm sorry, but this is China you're talking about. Oh, also it is a communist country. China is. But you also need to understand how like the CCP works. The other thing too is you also need to understand how propaganda works. If you live in the United States and you just straight across the board just think China bad, why? Why do you feel that way? You have to also ask yourself certain questions, and it is a big world power. You know, it's kind of like Russia and everything else being somewhat, you know, potential competitors there in the world markets. And I'm not saying that China's not that way. I would agree with you that it's a big concern. Man, why would you sit like that? But at the same time, U.S. propaganda is so effective that people don't think that the U.S. is wrong, ever. And it's like, wait, what? like, how's that possible? It's like, my country good, your country bad. And it's like, is it really that simple? And in a lot of the cases, no. But people don't understand. Every country has propaganda to some extent. But I think the U.S. is really interesting because people tend to be more accepting of it, and it's like they don't think that there's any U.S. propaganda. Like the U.S. does do a lot of engaging in destabilizing countries. Like, you know, and where the fuck do I need to aim this, dude? Is it really that bad with this barrel? Yeah, it's really bad. I gotta aim pretty fucking high. Oh, that should have hit. I think I aimed too high in that last one. Let's go. How far was that? Oh, it doesn't tell me? I thought it would tell me. Next time we talk, I got a wild story about you, Elon. Can't be on stream. Dude, no worries. I think I'm still making fun of Elon for getting caught cheating at Path of Exile and other games. And I called that shit. Like, people were like, he's so good at Diablo. And I'm like, you do realize he pays people to play for him, right? And people are like, really? You think? Like he knows what he's doing. And I'm like, bro, like, Elon knows what he's doing to some extent, but with his Path of Exile stuff, it was so obvious that he was paying somebody to play. It was painful. If you haven't watched Quinn's video on it, go watch it. It is so funny because he can't do basic shit. And then he started getting called out on it, and then even Asmongold, like the fucking top like right-wing commentator now for the Twitch space, like even called him out on it, and then he banned him and got mad at him and misunderstood what editors were. Oh god, that was funny as fuck. Almost forgot about that. He said something along the lines of like, Asmongold is controlled by his editors because he has to run those videos by his editors. So funny. And what Asmon meant was that he just sends content to editors, like a video editor. They take the live stream footage, they trim it and make a video. And he didn't understand. He's thinking like a newspaper editor, where they sit there, they critique your paper, they tell you what you need to write, how you write the article, how you do the story, what you can or cannot say, approval, whatever. And it made the situation even funnier because he's like, he got it wrong about him being exposed for cheating and having someone else play his account. And not only that, he didn't understand what an editor was, and that will never not be funny. But his last one, he like rage quit too. He was playing on Twitch. Not Twitch, he was playing on Twitter streaming him playing Path of Exile during, I think, the new launch. And he started getting trolled, like whisper messages of people telling him he sucks and that he's gonna die alone, he doesn't have any friends, everybody hates him, yada yada yada. And it's like, damn, that's pretty crazy. Like, that does suck, but it also sucks when you interfere and you get a lot of people fired and do all these things that you don't have to do. You're the richest man in the world. Crazy. No wonder people are gonna dislike you. But he like couldn't beat the tutorial level and he quit. like he couldn't beat the first part of the match. And it was just like, dude, like how are you going to say that you're one of the best, highest ranked players in the world and then not be able to beat the tutorial? I can't use all my ammo here. If I use my ammo, he can run me over when he jumps out, like, and shoot me. That was a mistake running down. More worried about that third player. I was like, how is that not killing him? How does that not run him over? How do I just push him out of the way? I'm gonna get shot in the back. I told you there's a guy behind me. I saw him on the radar. Is the Cronus Zen cheating? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. We disabled like 20 South American... Yeah, absolutely. We did a lot of crazy shit back in the day. I think part of that was like we disabled Venezuela, right? Was it Venezuela or is it a different country I'm thinking of? But I think part of it was how they wanted to do their trading and import and exporting. And we wanted to devalue their country so we could put in a more democratic candidate and kind of have more democracy in a sense there, like U.S. democracy that would back us with a leader that was more favorable. So we would kind of control that market and import exports. And you're arguing billions, trillions of dollars. So it's like, why would you do that? And it's like, well, governments do crazy shit all the time for reasons. You know, and the U.S. is not like the golden child of we never do anything wrong. But I think the hardest part is people have this idea of rose-colored glasses of like, oh, my country's the best country ever. We never do anything wrong. The U.S. is perfect. And it's like, dude, the more you learn about history, the more you learn about global, like connections of what we do on like an international scale, relationships, how we do it, like how we maintain those or interact and like destabilize certain countries over certain, you know, resources, whatever it might be, political climates, and what we do to go about it. It's kind of crazy, but we don't really talk about it as much. And also a lot of the time it sounds more like conspiracy theory garbage, but we know about it. Like there's plenty of things where they've given examples. They have like the documents to showcase everything. And it's like, yeah, we did do a lot of destabilization there. You've had former CIA directors talk about it publicly, about how they do certain operations to make things, you know, go in their favor, you know, and it's stuff I think people don't pay attention to. So when they immediately criticize China, it's like, well, yeah, that is still justified. But what about some of the shit the U.S. does half the time? And we just don't acknowledge it. So when I talk about social media platforms, what I say, like when all social media platforms are generally not great, part of that is because you have to look at it in that perspective of what is the point of a social media platform? What do they do? And a lot of it is the data. Don't you feel silly? Don't you feel silly? I'm gonna get shot. Gotta reload. Hold on. I thought I was gonna get sniped in the back, but yeah. What a guy! What a guy! What a guy! He's trying to jump out on me and kill me. I'm trying to talk about politics and major issues in the U.S. economy and global relations, and you're disrespecting it. How dare you, sir? It's hard to ramble and shoot people in the face. It really is. It really is. Cross, you're better than this. Shit you're talking. Stick to playing. So you have to understand politics. It's not so much I feel one way or the other. It's just you have to understand specific viewpoints on things and also look at multiple angles where you go, okay, I don't just believe X and Y because of whatever reason. You have to have like constructive, critical thinking skills. God damn it. And I think a lot of people just sometimes don't. But with the social media aspect, with a like a foreign adversary, you know, owning TikTok, do I think TikTok should be banned? Realistically, yes. Would it be better if the U.S. owned it? Well, for who? Consumers? America in general? He'll jump out.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Damn, nice jump. God, I wish I could fix my fucking headset, dude. I keep taking it out of my ear. I'm having a few problems here. It's just making this really distracting. My left ear piece is not working. This gets stuck in my ear every time I take it out, and I got to put it back on, and it doesn't seal correctly. I should have a spare somewhere. Hold on. But I can't get the sound to work in my ear on the left side, so I'm really struggling. Where did I put the spares? I just don't know if I have the right size for my ear canal. Because this is my backup, and my backup is not fitting. Well, maybe this one will. This is the same. It's just, it's smaller. I just want to be able to hear out of the left side of my headset, dude. I can't hear footsteps. I can't hear gunshots. I can't hear sounds. Stick to playing. A lot of bigger stars have lost out because of shit you're talking. So here's the interesting part to me, too. Like, if you look at, like, a Republican viewpoint, and I'm going to fucking play on this, and I know you're not going to like this. It's so funny to me when people say freedom of speech this, freedom of speech that, just stick to video games, just stick to sports, and you're able to do it. You're able to talk about politics. But the minute somebody that you like as a content creator or entertainer gives you their opinion, you get upset or frustrated. But it's like, that's the difference. You live in the United States. You have the freedom to have any opinion you want. You have the ability to say what you want, and you should be able to do those things. The difference is, as a viewer, is understanding that we may or may not agree on what we think, on our viewpoints, but we can still have conversations and still be creative in those discussions. That's the difference. But most people can't operate at that level. A lot of people just look at it and go, oh, you're a Biden supporter. Oh, you're a Trump supporter. Like, go kill your... And it's like, damn, like, that's super aggressive and that's crazy. But I think if you just look at specific issues individually across the board, a large percentage of people usually have very similar viewpoints. But they don't really have discussions on that to really understand each other. Like, I can explain one viewpoint. It's about gun ownership. And I know you're going to laugh. I own 6 guns, by the way. 6 or 7. I lost count. But if you look at, like, polls for gun owners overwhelmingly, believe it or not, want some stronger gun restrictions for just, like, background checks. I think it's like 70-some plus percent, 80%. And it's, like, super overwhelming. But when you look at the news will present that fact to you as like, nobody wants this. This is ridiculous. They're going to take your guns. And it becomes very, 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 very disruptive to the conversation. But when you poll people individually and you look at like those polls, it's completely opposite. Where it's like, wow, like most gun owners want some slightly higher restrictions, not necessarily restricting guns and not allowing you to buy certain ones, but just to have a certain background check, closing loopholes, like on like a gun trade show loophole where you don't really have to do a background check and you can just pay cash, buy a gun, bill of sale, and call it a day. But the difference is, like, when you look at political opinions on it, it's very weaponized. And this goes both directions. But you have to have the ability to converse and talk to people about those things. The downside, I think, is the narrative is that it usually doesn't work that way. So people just say, like, oh, I'm just going to go back and do this one thing. You're not allowed to have an opinion. I am. And it's like, wow, like, everybody can have an opinion. Like, you're fine to it. Now, as a content creator, what I would suggest is that you have to understand what you want to do with your content. If I'm making Call of Duty content and I'm a content creator for Call of Duty, would it be in my best interest to talk about politics and just be like a loud Trump supporter or a loud Biden supporter? Realistically, no. Because one, that's going to alienate maybe 50% of your audience. But at the same time, you're being more personable with your audience. You're being more honest. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not hiding a specific way I feel about a subject. You ask me for something, I'm going to tell you honestly. It's like, well, what policies do you like? What candidate do you like? I could tell you, hey, I just try to play video games and focus on video games. But to me, that's not the type of relationship I want with my audience. I want to be able to talk to people, have these conversations, even if they're tough, even if they're not the best, most productive. But I try to keep it from a perspective of understanding. Like, why do you believe a specific thing that you believe? What is your basis of that? And then it's like, okay, I can kind of understand like the shoes you're in, right? And then maybe you could see it from my perspective, and then you kind of meet in the middle a little bit. And you'd be surprised, most political opinions are not as divisive as people think they are, but that's, again, ties back into social media, news cycles, why you argue over certain things. Like, if you look at race, for example, and this is where I'm going to trot off into the deep end, but if you look at like certain society issues, you go, well, why are you start looking at like red versus blue, right? You want to vote red versus blue, but then you start breaking down subgroups of people to make them fight against themselves. Like the structures of society in general start arguing with each other. Well, my neighbor is this, he's a person of color, he's an immigrant, he's this, yada, yada. And then you start being hateful. And you get those guys to start fighting, and they start arguing with themselves, and they don't organize together. You don't organize with your neighbor. You don't vote together with your neighbor. You don't interact. So you basically separate the social class structures to have all these arguments about he does this, he does that, he has these rights, I want those ones, that's not great. And you see that a lot with either race, skin color, sexuality. Right now, I guess you would say like the trans like community right now would be like the more one that you see in the news more so often. You break down those groups of people to argue amongst each other to prevent you from having an actual class war against people that are potentially more well off than you. So you're so busy arguing with your neighbor versus realizing, hey, why am I underpaid at work? Why am I, busting my ass for this much time and I still don't get paid well? Oh, wait, why did we get rid of our unions? Why did we do all these other things? And you realize that a lot of it is just to separate you from each other so you don't vote in your own interest. You vote against the interest of others, so you may or may not get a slight bonus, or you might get an edge against somebody else. But it's like, dude, if everybody was kind of on the same page and you didn't worry about somebody's sexuality, you didn't worry about the color of their skin, you weren't racist, whatever, you realize that people really do pretty much agree with each other and want a better life for themselves. But when it comes to social media, when it comes to politics in general, it's meant to divide you. It's meant to break you apart so one side can get an edge over the other. And then sometimes you lose the ability that you would have to basically further your own interest or the interest in your, like, something that would actually benefit you. Like, you'll vote against yourself. And you see that a lot. It's just people don't think of those things. They just usually think immediately what affects them, why they're frustrated, and then they've just become more divisive. But yeah, as far as streaming and content, politics, and talking about certain things, usually it's best not to do it because you're just going to upset viewers. But if you really sit down and have those open discussions, I think it's a better thing for you individually and growth-wise, potentially. The hard part is with streaming, your income could be based on how many donations you get, how many stars you get, if you're a long-time short-term supporter. And if I'm like, let's say somebody in the chat's a Trump viewer, and I'm more of a Biden supporter, whatever, and if I say that, I'm not donating to you anymore. So there are negative repercussions for having those opinions and stating those opinions. But to me, I look at it as like, okay, he's a cool dude, I like his content, that's awesome, whatever. Like, I'm either gonna sub to him or I'm not. Sometimes political opinions may or may not change that for me. If you have like super, super aggressive where you're just immediately dismissive to a point of you just don't want any interaction whatsoever. Where am I getting shot at from the back? Probably the tower. That guy in front of me is more of a problem. I'm worried about getting sniped in the back of my face. I can't really see this, dude. But realistically, I do always think it's funny. We're getting off topic because it started with TikTok, social media, but it's all an interconnected subject, realistically. And you can see why. Like, it's just so entangled. Like, there's so many different variations of it and why you go off on those tangents, why people become divisive, what's the reasoning behind it, what's the end goal, whatever. But I think for me as a content creator, it's just always interesting. You have a platform, you can voice your opinion, but you also can be punished for it. But it's always weird when people are like super into free speech and then they get really mad at you for utilizing your ability to have said free speech. Like, so I always laugh. It's like, you should just stick with politics. You're much better at COD. It's like, dude, what? Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. It's just, you can't have your cake and eat it too. But I also think that just makes people upset when things don't always go their way as a viewer. People get mad that people have different opinions than others. And again, things become more divisive. But as far as social media, we've talked about it before. I don't think it's more of a free speech issue. Do I think it's more of a social, not a national security issue? Yeah. If you look at the US and you look at like them being able to control messaging, news, the way that you get it, and you have an outside influence controlling that, that could be problematic for another country. Kind of like how the US wants to control narratives in other areas as well. They're guilty of it. I'm gonna die here. I'm definitely gonna die here. But I think overall, I don't know about like the TikTok ban, whether or not it'll go through. Utilizing the platform to grow and to build as a creator is exceptional. It's probably one of the best platforms you could utilize. The way my setup works right now, it's like I can't really utilize it. I don't know if it's going to get banned next week, so I don't want to change everything just to go utilize a platform. And then, oh, it's gone. And I just reset everything, and it's like, fuck, I spent, 2-3 days setting it up, and now it's gone. Like, it's just a problem. We don't see eye to eye politically, but I've been around a long time. But I would also say that most people with politics, they might not see eye to eye, but there's definitely a lot where it's like pretty close. It's just I don't think people realize like how close people are. My politics are a little bit more liberal. but I just view things more of like being able to have stronger social safety nets and having like a government that can kind of step in and help out a little bit more to kind of stop people from falling through the cracks. And if you start talking about how money works, how who has money, who doesn't have money, you kind of start seeing those society structures being more so against the average person versus the higher wealthy class, in a sense. You know, that's mostly where my complaints would come in from. And I think that's kind of where that restructuring is. And most of my politics are not that crazy. Like, I just want you to get paid more. Maybe I want you to have a union. Maybe I want you to have more reasons why you can't just get fired from your job on a whim, more worker protections. You know, and it's like, those aren't unpopular opinions. They're really not. It's just in the United States, you have two political parties. Some are for or against it. Some are less, like, you know, they're kind of in between. Some of them want to take those rights away from you potentially and undermine the working class. It's just, I don't think people really think that way in the way that they should, because they're trying to protect what they have and they don't want to lose it, and they feel like it could be worse off, and they're convinced incorrectly about certain things. But it depends. As long as you keep more normal. Yeah, but I also talk about what people want to talk about. And I think that's more fun. Like, I can sit here and talk about the gameplay all day, but sometimes that sucks, and that's not always as fun. Like, it's just not. And the difference, too, is, like, when you're arguing. Like, there's a big difference between a conversation versus an argument. And I think I like to keep things more in that conversation realm, not so much I'm right, you're wrong, jump off. Like, you know, it's like, no, like, it's not that aggressive. But it's hard, though, because when people hear conflicting opinions, people get very defensive. And I'm definitely guilty of that myself, too. Thought about doing a podcast? I mean, maybe. Let's see, what month is it? April? It's like the 14th. No, it's 12th. I'm trying to do math in my head. Somebody texted me about a trip, travel plan for some family stuff, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do that. Maybe. Podcasts would be interesting, but I don't know if you can really do a podcast by yourself. I also think that podcast equipment should be tariffed into oblivion, because not everybody should have a microphone, let alone a podcast. And we need to raise the bar for who is allowed to have a podcast. And I'm all for freedom of speech. I'm all for it. But some of you guys are dumb as fuck. I'm sorry. And you would be doing the world a favor if you just zipped it. Like, a lot of people don't need to hear those opinions because they're bad. And you should feel bad for having them. But again, that's why podcasting and everything else, it's really easy to do. Because all you're doing is talking, and you talk about a potential topic, controversy, whatever, offer an opinion. Either people agree or disagree. You can have somebody on there that agrees with you or disagrees with you, and then you have an easy narrative, easy story for whatever you're doing. And the content is so simple to make. Like, it could be anything. And you just have a discussion for an hour, and everyone has an opinion. So it's like the lowest form to have either political discussion or a social discussion about anything, really. But I don't know. Podcasts could be cool. You could also keep them more focused on gaming and content development, things like that. But I think everyone's a little different on what they want to do. But again, that's up to the individual. How the fuck? I think he went outside the wall. I don't know how to read the heartbeat. No, he did not go outside the wall. He stayed in a corner. Stop playing. No. What if I don't want to? I was more worried about my headset not working, and it's still not working. I need to order a new, I don't know which gun I'd rather use. I need to order a new earbud cover, because right now the one is sitting in my left ear, and it's super, super low volume, because it's not sealed.
Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bound.
And then it's basically like almost gonna fall out of my ear. And then the other part is that it keeps cutting out, and I think the wire is going bad, and I need to replace the wire. So maybe I'll buy that today and get it shipped and hopefully fix that problem. It's been an ongoing thing for a little bit. I also need to get a new microphone thing here. It's falling apart. Where's the loadout? Where's the buy station? Oof.
Walking by station.
They're so far. But also, let's go back to the gaming content. Is Acronis Zen cheating? Yes. Acronis Zen is cheating. Even Xbox, Call of Duty, all these platforms have talked about it being cheating. They've explained that it's cheating. They will ban you for it if they can detect it. I think a lot of people just fall for marketing traps when it comes to the Cronus. Like, does the Cronus help you? Sure, yeah, it would help. But I don't think it helps as much as people think it helps. And I think a lot of it's marketing on their end, just to kind of grab your money. But it definitely does do things that you shouldn't be doing. Okay, so I guess that answers the question on glass. Does glass protect you? The answer is no.
The enemy is no longer tracking you.
I don't know if they actually fixed it or not. He might not have plates. But it used to be that if you shot someone in the face through a window and there was glass in between you and them, it would lower your damage and you wouldn't get a one-shot kill. You would not get that kill that you needed. I think he's in that window. Yeah, he's in the corner. He's gonna peek the right. He's a wild one. I don't know if he's still in there, if he ran away. I think he's got to be in there, right? I might have saw him in the distance. I know there's two guys on that green mark, though. Well, probably one now. They were fighting. I hear gunshots down here. I just don't know where. Yeah, it's at the buy station. Maybe top window? I gotta read your comment. Here's one for you. What about taking a team of shit players 4 max and trying to win a game? Realistically, that's not as bad as you would think. If you can carry a team of 4, I mean, squads is rough because if you run into a team that knows what they're doing, one person can only do so much, right? But if you just get them into position and you play enough, eventually you'll win. Communication can really win games. Not so much just about being a better player. Like, you might be surprised. Just having good communication, good positioning. Average players can outperform experienced players just off those 2 factors. But it also depends, like, did you hit your shots or not? Like, if you run into a 4-man team of 5.0 KD players, well, there's only so much you could probably do with a bad team that's, like, below 1.0. It's something that you have to kind of consider of being a problem or a concern. I wonder if he's still in that building. Wait, did I not buy it? No, I did not buy it. What the fuck?
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
Loadout drop on the way.
Guy over there.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
I don't know why I bought a loadout when there's one right behind me. Kind of awkward. The guy on top of that build back there. I'm gonna go see if I can pay this guy a visit.
Hostile airstrike incoming.
That's not very nice. That's even worse. I lost sight of him. I don't know where he went. Oh, he got in the car. He blew up my car. That usually makes you rethink what you're doing real quick when you lose your plates. You're like, I should fight that guy. And then he shoots you and you lose all your armor. And you're like, maybe I shouldn't fight that guy. Oop. I'm dead. No, I'm not. I'm better. Just different. I say, did he park down there or did he keep driving? I don't know. That guy in the window, though, he got absolutely fucked. I hope he drove off because I don't really want to have to fight that. There should be a guy on that build still. 'Cause I never killed him. I don't know if that's his car or it's been here for a minute. I can't afford the UAV. Boo. There was a guy out here too on the hilltop. I think like 1 or 2 hills over. I gotta go back that way. I really don't like the dune buggy. It's so exposed. What up? I also don't have a trophy on it, so an RPG, C4, the guy right here, 2 guys right here. Never saw it coming. I'm poor. I can't. Why can't I buy a UAV? Oh, is it because are you limited based on how many you can have in one game? Is that how that works? Do they limit your UAV consumption? That's no fun. Boo. I don't like that. I really don't like that. That's dumb. Zone-wise, it's going to be pretty far up north. I don't know if it'll pull back over here, but I think it'll go in that section. You can kind of... Like, you can't tell for sure. I see you. I see you, little fucking rat. Little rat bastard. More worried about a window sniper here, but he's somewhere. Ooh, 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 ooh. Damn, Cross, you suck. More worried about, again, one of these windows. Is there a buy up there? It could be a guy on the hill. Maybe a cooldown? Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I don't remember how this game works. The loadout here. That means there was a player nearby. It could be that guy in that yellow build. I don't know. Or it could just be another guy close by. He's not dead yet because the loadout's still here. Let's see. I need plates, though. Little baby monitor. I could buy a UAV. Oh, maybe it's like 1 UAV per buy station or something like that. I think that's how that works.
Moving here.
Oh, I got stuck. I got stuck. Low bridge. Low bridge. Hold on. Refix. Refix.
TACOM, UAV returning to tank.
And hot plates. Man, how do you lose that? How do you lose that? How do you lose that? I mean, honestly, the real reason why he lost that was he peeked me when I had a head glitch and he didn't. Even though I lost armor and it could have been an easy fight for him, that armor difference makes all the problems right there. All of them. Huge, huge difference. There should still be a guy in that green, yellow build, unless he pushed. I might take this car.
1-1 requesting recon at this time.
there's some items just floating up there. We got a guy down here. Another one at the other station area. I do not have a trophy on this, and it's almost blowing the fuck up. I could... Man, there's a lot of people everywhere. I still think that guy's back in that build. The question is, do I want to challenge people hiding in buildings? Realistically, it'd be better off for me just to go sit out here. More worried about catching an RPG to the face. There's probably a couple dudes in these builds or hilltops. It's end circle. People push for them. They try to fight. This one has a buy station on it, so that's pretty important. There's also loot out front. Guy in that build, I just saw him go behind it. If I stand out here, am I going to get shot in the butt, or am I going to be able to snipe him out the window? $1 million question. He should be in that window. I don't know if he'll peek me, though. He's in there. I see him. That'd be funny as fuck if that killed him. So aggressive. Kind of worried about getting sniped in the back. His self-res kind of ruined it for me. I don't think he's that dumb.
Moving here.
He's really scared.
You've got gas inbound.
Why do I put myself in these positions, dude? Try watching his heartbeat. He's like, I know he's there. I know he's there. He's gonna come to me. Which is true. I do. Ratty McRatterson over here, just ratting it up.
Vehicle
Oh.
marked.
My problem with that, I gotta fucking rotate hard.
Moving here.
I also don't know if anyone's out here in the fucking woods. I'm thinking these houses, but I feel like I would have got shot at. The other guy aiming at me right now, I definitely feel that. I feel that in my bones.
Moving here.
There could be a guy up at the top here. That's a pretty good spot. That's aggressive. That's aggressive for no reason. Big, loud red warning thingy. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. I know there's a guy here. Oh, Dan. Oh, fuck, you suck. Hit your shots.
Moving
The
here.
only problem is I have no hard cover. Guys in the builds are probably gonna be better off than me.
Enemy UAV is online.
I thought I heard a gunshot way out here.
Moving
Can I?
here. Cancel that.
There you go. I gotta find like a divot. There's a guy there. And this is not really a bad spot to sit. You got hard cover. You don't have high ground. There was a guy here. But I'm more worried about that green guy pushing behind me. Or just a dude in prone in general out here. He could also get shot in the back. Yeah, there's a guy up here. Oh, I didn't reload. Fuck. That's gonna kill me. You think he's behind that? Yes. How do you move that? Do you just pick it up and move it?
Gas is closing in.
Oh, he selfed. Holy fuck. There's three. I'm so fucked. I don't know where he is. I don't know. It's too much. It's too much. There's too much. I'm like, I can't see him. He's a fucking ghost. That's insane, dude. I straight panicked. I'm like, I don't know where to fight first. I was like, I want to fight this guy. Then I started getting shot in the back. And I was like, okay, I need to fight, but I can't see him. And I turn back and I turn back and it's just, I'm getting shot and I can't tell anyone. Ugh. It was just bad too. If I had that reloaded, it wouldn't have been a problem. But I won that fight. And then I didn't full kill, which was my first mistake, but I also didn't expect to get shot by 2 additional players. But yeah, that's just life. Unreal. Why the suppressed sniper sounds so loud? I have no idea. Suppressors don't work probably the way that you think that they work, potentially. Like, if you compare them to real life, and if they're using real life game sounds, you also have to think about audio design. Do you want the sniper rifle to be, like, movie quiet, which is complete fictional? Or do you want it to have, like, a feel of real life to some extent with, like, a real sound that you recorded, and then you want to use the real audio for that gun? That's some of the idea there. The other part would be you also want the game to feel good with audio. Sometimes using real life sound is better. Sometimes it's worse. Why is it so loud? Don't know. But in real life, if you shoot a gun with a suppressor, it's not quiet. It's not whisper quiet. It depends on what you're shooting. It depends on what ammo you're using. It depends on the gun itself. You can make them whisper quiet. But the main thing with sniper rifles, if you're using them how you should in real life, from a large distance, you can have it unsuppressed. I could shoot you in the face from like a mile away and you'll never hear the shot. Like, if you're standing next to me, yeah, you're going to hear it. But by the time the bullet travels to where you're at, the sound dissipates. You won't hear the sound. You just get shot in the face and you just fall over and you're just like, how am I dead? Part of that is just how audio works, how ballistics work, how sound resignation works, everything. But video games aren't going to mimic it perfectly. Some do, if they care about realism. But yeah, suppressors aren't instantly quiet. Yeah, the suppressor on like PUBG, like psst, when you fire, like, it was just kind of like a louder suppressed shot. Yeah, I don't know if they used real sounds though. They might have used like an audio pack that was like pre-recorded from other real sounds, or who knows. It depends on the game. The other thing too, from a game design, you don't want the gunshots to be silent. It's not like that in real life, but it does make it harder to locate players. And if they're completely silent, well, you're never gonna fucking hear where you're getting shot from. And that's a problem. But I would say that, most games usually have a balance between it. Or they at least try to keep it balanced.
Battle Royale. Tactical focus in position. Move to the safe zone.
I do like the idea of doing a gaming podcast mix. I think you'd be good at that, and I would totally be down to come on if we could talk guns, politics, gaming. I'm curious what your gun opinions are for. I'm assuming when you think politics and gun rights, it's mostly gun rights. I think usually is what people have an issue with, like what you can own, what you can't own. Keep in mind, I might be a lib. I mean, I don't know if I'd say I'm more liberal, but I guess in the U.S. you would consider me being liberal. But I own 7. No, let me think. I own 1, 2, 3 handguns. Or do I own 4 handguns? I own one. No, I own 4 handguns and 2 rifles. But I also bought my AR-15 when I turned 18 on my birthday. I bought my handgun on my birthday when I turned 21. And it's not like I don't want you to have guns. I would argue in a perfect world, you don't need to have a gun. But obviously we live in an imperfect world. But I do think that we could make more regulation to prevent people from like just shooting up schools or workrooms. And I think that's a general concern for a lot of people, where it's like, oh my god, that was fucking crazy. Oh, Biffle? GG's, dude. That was crazy. Is it actually him, or is it a different one? That was close, though. If I was paying attention, I might have won that. But I think, like, for me, mine's just more of a restrictive process on who can and cannot get them. You know, selling, like, when I went to buy my AR-15, I just turned 18 that day. It was my fucking birthday. And I drove, like, a city or two over, a town over, and I went to the gun store, and I looked online, and they had one that I wanted. It was a nice decked-out AR-15 with optics and some other stuff. It wasn't the greatest thing ever, but it was better than just a basic model. And I was like, hey, do you guys still have that? And they're like, yeah, okay. They rung me up at the cash register, and they went back after I looked at it. And then he came back after I basically paid. And then he's like, oh, I didn't notice there was a sale tag. It wasn't attached to that gun, but it was on, you know, next to it, and I didn't see it. So that one's gone. I was like, fuck. So I went and I bought a different one. But I remember when I bought it, I was like, he's like, well, how much ammo do you want? And I was like, how much can I get? And he's like, as much as you want. So I bought an AR-15. And I bought like 500 rounds or something of like 223. And it's just like, you're just going to give an 18-year-old 500 rounds of 223 ammo? Like, that's fucking crazy. And at first I was like, this should be illegal, was like what I was thinking. That's nuts. Like, they just checked my ID. And back then we had like horizontal licenses and we had vertical license. if you had a horizontal license, it meant you were 18 or older. If you had a vertical one, and I still had a vertical one at the time because I was, you know, still technically, I never got it renewed during that time period. So it was an old license with a vertical print. He made a comment, and I was like, yeah, I don't get too many of those in here. That's crazy. And he was happy, obviously, because I was buying a gun. But I still thought it was funny. Because I'm just like, man, that just kind of makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Because I could technically just go buy an AR-15, walk in, walk out, and then go blow a place up. And I was like, that's fucking insanity. Like, anybody can do that as long as you don't have any, like, prior history, prior record, nothing. You can just do what you want. And it was so easy to buy one. It took, like, 20 minutes. You know, you just pass a background check, you're good. No fingerprinting, no thumb, you know, nothing. Like, you just walk in, show an ID, grab it, and walk out. And I think that's fine. But it's crazy that I got to show my ID to buy a can of spray paint. And then I don't have to do, like, any, like, you know, and the firearm is the same level. It's like, that's kind of odd. But I also think, like, you know, there's little simple steps you could do with gun ownership that make it just a little bit easier. I don't want to take guns away from you, but maybe making the process a little bit harder to acquire, more hoops. That way you can't just go buy something and just go do something crazy, like right away. You'd probably have to plan. People would do that. But the idea is you make enough roadblocks to kind of eliminate that being an impulse decision. And you can do that really simply with, like, waiting lists. You go in, you look at a weapon, you want to buy one. Well, you got to wait a month or 2 weeks for it to clear. You know, something along those. People won't like that, but you have to understand it's a firearm. And if you have those more strict, like, restrictions, maybe it makes it easier. Now, will that prevent and stop everybody from doing something wrong with a firearm? Fuck no. They might find an easier way to get one. They might take it from a family member. They might not think about, you know, like, they might just still plan ahead and do it anyway. It's just you didn't really delay much. You just made access harder. But there's multiple steps, and there's no right or wrong way to do it. And I think also, too, a lot of it would be, I would argue, on mental health. But if you look at the mental health of the United States, it's a fucking joke. Oh, I need to talk to a therapist because I want to jump off a bridge. It's like, well, do you have $500? Do you have $200 an hour? Nope. Does your insurance cover it? Nope. So people lose hope very quickly, and they don't have a way to get help that they need. So they just decide to take that frustration and anger out. And the problem is, buying a rifle or buying a firearm is potentially easier than doing the medical route and getting consistent, good help. And most people won't do it. So they do some crazy thing because they saw it on the media, and they're like, I'm going to do that too. Because, like, and they have nothing, quote, to lose. They feel hopeless, like despair. And then since firearms are so widely available, you kind of wonder, it's like, well, that makes sense when you think of it that way. But as far as restrictions go, I still think you should be able to own pretty much whatever you want. But I think there should be potentially more approval processes on getting them, right? Also, let's talk about the big one. Why can't I buy alcohol on a Sunday, depending on where you live? I don't drink. Maybe socially, but I still think that's dumb as fuck. Like, the town I grew up in, you couldn't buy alcohol on a Sunday. And it's like, shouldn't laws not respect religion? It's like, yeah, technically, but when you grew up in a very conservative, very red state, that didn't always work. But I still thought that was funny as fuck. I think businesses shouldn't be allowed in a certain distance of other places like daycares, liquor stores, and gun shop. I mean, they do have certain districting rules, but it's usually from, like, manufacturing. Like, you can't have, like, a chemical plant next to a daycare, right? You have to have industrial zones and certain things, but maybe with, like, gun stores and other stuff, you know, there's probably certain ordinances or differences. But maybe not as strict as we think, depending on what it is. Each state, I think, is different on that, too. There might be some federal regulations on how, like, you can't have, like, a chemical plant next to certain things, like, within a certain distance. That, I'm pretty sure, already exists, but I don't know if that's state-wise or federal. Damn, that headshot saved me. I had to lock it in right there. But yeah, it's funny, too, because, like, when I tell people my political opinions, and I'm just, like, a little more left-leaning, they're like, I bet you don't like guns. It's like, dude, I own 6 of them. Like, I fucking love guns. They're cool. They're fun. I like shooting. It's like going bowling, right? You go to the bowling, you try to hit a strike. And it's the same thing when I go shooting. I like trying to be consistent. I like the whole ritual process of learning how to, like, grip, like, your handgun specifically to make adjustments, making sure you're not shooting low and left, high and right. equal hand pressure, all of that, you just start focusing more. And I really like how that works, like being very mechanical in thought processes. And then once you start getting good at it and you start keyholing shots and it becomes like second nature, it's just, it feels good. It's the same thing as like when you go bowling and you bowl a strike. Yeah, it's a firearm. Maybe it's a little more violent, but the idea is you're just shooting paper. You're just target practicing. That's all you're doing. You know, it's recreational. But I think a lot of people who are anti-gun don't recognize that. And they just like, I don't see any sense. And it's like, well, no, they're fun. Like, it's fun to shoot something and be consistent. Oh, fuck. Ah, it happened again. Fuck, that's in there. Ooh. Ooh. Ugh. It's like, even gun maintenance too. Yeah. The mechanical part is pretty impressive because you look at them, they're basic machines, but sometimes they're really complex. Or they can be overdeveloped. I really fucking hate this headset thing. I don't know why it keeps falling off my ear. So your IEM has like a base panel on it. That's gross because there's a bunch of earwax on it. Then you take this little earbud thing and you plug that into your ear over that little plastic piece, and it should hold nice and tight. But for some reason, mine just keeps coming off, and then it gets stuck in my fucking ear. I think it's undersized, but even the other one fell off. And it's been a problem forever. So I don't know what's going on. And then sometimes I can't hear out of the left side of my ear either. Like the headset's not working. Oh man, he had no idea. I feel bad. Not really. You going for all the feather roughening subjects? Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. But I think most people, like, when they hear my thought process on gun ownership, they generally agree. And I think that's the funniest part, is most responsible gun owners generally believe pretty much the same thing. They want to be able to buy certain things. They may or may not agree on the methods of acquisitions. Like, oh, I don't want to have like a crazy extensive 3-month-long background check in order to buy a firearm. And then others are like, well, I think you maybe want to do that because it is a fucking firearm, right? Maybe certain age restrictions, yada, yada, yada. But I think most people, at least gun owners in general, would rather have some more restrictions, because if you implement more, it makes it so people who fuck that shit up don't ruin it for the rest of us. So they can still enjoy their hobbies. They can still have their fun. But they don't have to worry about some dude that makes a bad decision and ruins it and gets everything banned immediately. It's like, well, maybe if we had more restrictions on being able to purchase and acquire a weapon so easily, we'd have less school shootings, less shootings in general, and it really wouldn't be as controversial. And there's other countries that do that as well. I think, is it Sweden, Finland, Norway? I don't know. There's some European country where they have almost the same, if not more, gun ownership than, like, the US. It's very similar. But I think they just have a little bit more educational experience. I think it's Poland, maybe. Is it Poland? Or maybe it's all three of those states. Or not states, but countries. But they also have a different setup, too. A lot of them have to go through mandatory conscription. So you have to join the military for a year or two. I think it's usually 2 years. Depending on the country, they have classes where you're in high school and you train with firearms. You learn how to take them apart. You learn how to shoot them. And sometimes I agree and disagree with that. But I also feel like even that, I think in the United States, if you have that many gun ownership things in the US, to me, it makes sense to potentially do classes and educational stuff with it. Because how often do you hear, like, some toddler picks up a gun or a firearm, or some high school student or college kid, or, you know, whatever, some younger kid in, like, middle school picks one up and accidentally shoots their friend because they didn't know it was loaded. But if you have all these classes, and then you go through that process, and you go through that process of them being educated on, like, knowing how to load, knowing how to take guns apart, you train them, you know, in middle school, high school, whatever, and make them more familiar with them, they're probably less likely to have those accidents because they're not as inexperienced. You know, you don't just find your dad's firearm and accidentally shoot your friend in the face. because you were taught gun safety day one. And I think in the U.S., with how prominent gun ownership is, there's more guns than there are people in the U.S. I think there's like 350 million people. There's way more guns. I think it's like 5 to 1 or some crazy fucking ratio. So it's like maybe having a little bit more of an education system on that would help too. A little less accidents. But I also took hunter safety when I was a kid as well. You know, it was mostly just like basic hunting rifle, shotgun stuff. Went out and did some trap shooting. You know, nothing crazy. I have my sniper rifle on my person, and I don't want to. He's gonna plate by now. I'm facing him like head on, which is a problem. He's probably plating up. Oh, there's another guy. Dude, let me like try to run this dude over. Hey man, run him over. Why are you going for me? Why are you going for me? What a guy. My state is starting to require gun safety. I think, and I don't think that's controversial because you can do gun safety classes with like airsoft guns. They don't have to be functional. They don't have to be real. You can just use dummy weapons that load dummy rounds, dummy ammunition that are completely disabled from being even able to fire. Like they either have block barrels to begin with, they don't have firing pins, you know, the bolt carrier doesn't even load. So if you're worried about like a student bringing a bullet in and loading a gun accidentally, it's like, well, we've already prevented that. It's not possible. You know, you can't even pull the firing, like charging handle back or something, yada, yada, yada. Or you block the barrel. So if they do it, they have a really bad time when they shoot the gun and it blows up in their face. So maybe don't do that, but just general, I think awareness helps so much more. Even gun wound first aid. I think first aid in general should be a requirement. Like gun wound, just general first aid, CPR mandatory, anything that's like super supportive. One day I was at Walmart and some dude had a fucking seizure in front of me. And I was like basically the only person that really did anything. Like I know that I can't help him, but the best thing I can do is pretty much just make sure he doesn't smack his head on the ground. Like, yeah, he fell over and just smacked his face on the ground anyway, but I'm making sure that you don't just seize and just repeatedly smack your head in the ground. And then you just kind of wait. You can call the cops, get a paramedic there if you want to, which other people did. But at the same time, you're just like, hey, make sure he doesn't, you know, keep repeatedly smacking his face into something. And just, that's it. That's all you do. But most people don't even do that. They just stand there and watch. But yeah, I think there's a lot of definitely good things that you could do. How you doing, CJ, by the way? I think I saw your comment earlier. It might have been when Drifter was in the other chat. Or no? Maybe I'm moving my chats around. The ATF should be a general store. There are some really funny moments with the ATF, though. There's a lot of memes on ownership for, like, I think one of my favorite ones is either like an SBR, what qualifies as an SBR, what doesn't. And it's like, this stock, you put it on, it's an SBR. You take it off, not a felony. Felony. And it's the same stock as like an exact other stock. Like they're basically almost the exact same, just one has a slightly different color or profile. I was like, well, why is that one illegal and that one's not? It's the same one. Or I think one I saw was like a guy putting a grip, like an actual like rifle grip on the front of a handgun. And it's like legal, felony. Legal. It's like, fuck, dude. And I think some of those laws are just so goofy, dude. So goofy. Oh yeah, no, yeah, it was Kate's stream. That's right. That's what I'm remembering. You were in Kate's stream. Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out. I usually just kind of filter through, and I think on Twitter I saw her post, and I was like, I'm gonna go in there and make fun of her. I had 520 bombs and 230 bombs in Warzone. GG's, dude. My highest kill game was like 12 today because I just suck. No, not really. I'm just not trying to go for kills. I get them if I can, but it's not like my priority is just to get as many kills as possible. I probably should play that way though, and it would maybe make me warm up a little bit. I just don't want to play it in lobby, drop in, immediately challenge a fight, die, and then be like, oh, gotta reload. And then do that consistently for like 4 hours where I just don't get to play. I'd rather have like 5 or 6, 7, 8 gunfights, kind of practice, get used to my keybinds a little bit more, you know, fill out my movement, versus just instantly dive bomb somebody, die immediately, and then have to re-queue. But I mean, that still happens. But yeah, we got to talk about all the controversial political opinions. Like, how do you feel about those are always fun. It was an Optic member. I think it was Hutch, or not Hutch. No, what was his name? Hitch? I forgot. It was a tweet from years ago. CJ might remember it because I think it went pretty viral. But somebody said, I think it was in direction of Nade Shot. Somebody said something to him, and he replied back, and it was like, what's your opinion on abortion, gun rights, marijuana usage, and, you know, like all these political topics that were very controversial at the time. So, like, what's your opinion on marijuana, like legislation, like legalization? What's your opinion on, you know, firearm ownership? And he listed off like 10 different things that were all very controversial at the time. And it was just so funny because of like how he wrote it. And I remember that tweet. And every time I think about it, it just makes me laugh. It's just fucking hilarious. It's like maybe? It's too good. Oh, you don't remember? Yeah, I mean, it was years ago. It probably wasn't as as memorable as I do, but it just fucking made me laugh because it's like, damn, like you just really went for all the fucking controversial topics, like just calling him out on it. And he was just being sarcastic, but still. AK or KSV? Or is it a... Oh. Might be a kilo there, too. Gotta be above me.
Hostile UAV in the area.
This kind of reminds me of the AK-74U. Is there a way to inspect guns in this game? To like look at them, kind of like Counter-Strike or Tarkov? You just kind of like show them off? Is there a keybind for that, or do they not do that? I thought no, there definitely is. What is the button? Because I remember doing it for thumbnails.
Solid work evading the enemy. You're clear for
You think it's J? No, that does something else for me. Fuck. Is it K? K, L, H, F? Oh, H, auto run. Oh, they have an auto run key? Excuse me? Equals map. Q, W. Nope, not those ones. T, no. Y, U, I, I. I. Yeah, this thing reminds me... Oh, hold on. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the, that AK-74U a little bit. It looks similar.
bounty targets are up.
COD 4? Ugh, it was such a good gun, dude. I just loved how it sounded. It was such a good sound to it. Real nice.
Moving here.
Watching replay.
Primary objective complete. All
But, yeah, I can't help it. I push everything. I mean, it depends. I haven't played for like 2 years. So I'm still warming up to the game. I changed my sensitivities again since I came back, like yesterday, day before. And then I have my keybinds are all completely different as well.
you've got a loadout.
And then, my headset keeps fucking up here. Hold on.
Enemy UAV.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. I gotta figure out a solution to that, because that's a problem. But
Gas is closing in.
most of it is like relearning muscle memory. It fucking A, dude. It did it again. Fuck. This keeps falling off. What if I go to a bigger one, maybe? We'll try the orange. Is that gonna be bigger or more arrow? More narrow. Uh-oh. What are the odds? He might have had a UAV, though. I don't know why it keeps falling off. Is it because it's... Is it, like, waxy or something? Maybe it's slippery? You guys hooked on schedule 1 and leave us. I mean, dude, I'm working on it. What's the next schedule of content? Are you putting it on a platform? Define content schedule. What do you mean? Also, what do you expect content-wise? That's a valid question. And I'd love to hear what you have to say there, because I'm kind of curious, because it's more for me to figure out expectations of what you want from me, so I may or may not be able to deliver on that, you know? All right, let's try that one, see if that one pops off of there. Damn, I can't see him at all. The next 4-hour video can waste your whole day watching. You mean the stream? You watch the VODs on the stream? That's actually pretty cool. I was wondering if you wanted me to like make video content. I was thinking of doing some commentary content similar to what my last Facebook reel was. So I took my last reel where I did like a 1v4, or I think it was a 1v3, 1v4, and I won the match. And I didn't do a live commentary. I took the gameplay without my live commentary, and I did a after commentary of me kind of acting out my thought process as a rough shot, just to see like how it went. It actually did pretty well on TikTok. It didn't get like mind-blowing numbers, but it was like something like 100 likes or so, and it's still doing okay. More than I expected. I figured it would get like 5. But I'm thinking of doing a style of video when I do gameplays for solos where I narrate like the top 10 zones, like the final circle, and I explain my thought process in that format as I go through the top 10. Like why I'm pushing a certain way, you know, what I'm like worried about, how I do my engagements. And I think that gives a little bit more insight to that gameplay than, hold on. Headset's still fucking up. There we go. I got audio. And I think that gives more insight into the actual moment. If you watch me stream, and I talk about what I'm doing, but I think that narration's different versus storytelling and anticipation. There's a lot more filler. I might go off topic. I might not talk about certain things, and I might not explain what I'm doing, like move for move, step for step. But when I did it the other way, I was doing those things. And I think that makes a big difference as far as presentation goes, but I want to try to experiment with longer form content, and I think on Facebook that would actually do really well. Because I don't see anybody doing it, and I think it's unique. I've seen some play styles with similar commentaries. There's a Tarkov creator that I saw that did something very similar to that in the past, but he does a lot more editing. He will do more editing based on... Who is shooting at me? Also, my headset's cutting out again. Fuck! Is it the headset that's the problem? Or is it the wire? I can't tell. I don't like it because it sounds like I'm underwater and it's not in a good way. Ugh. Maybe it'll... I don't know. It sounds... Nah, it's not right. It's off. So I have like no left ear audio. I could buy another set of IEMs. I don't really want to because they're expensive and I'm broke. That's a rough position to be in, dude. I don't even have audio and I still somehow won that. I have right ear audio, just not left ear. I just don't know why it would be causing that disconnection though. Unless there's an internal cord of the headset becoming unplugged and plugged back in so much that it's like dissipating. All right, so he's here. I fucking hate it though, because I can't pay attention. He's running. I can smell him. I can't hear him, but I can smell him.
Mission timeline expired. UAV exiting the AO.
Whew. Damn, nice shot. Oh, there's another guy behind me. There's another guy out here. I saw the reflection, but I don't have plates. I also don't have audio still, which is really fucking annoying. I feel like I can't play without it. Actually, I wonder if I could solve it. Nah, hold on. I just took my hand off the headset to do it. I'm gonna try something. Fuck, that won't fix it. What donation benefits me the most? I can answer that. Realistically, either a direct damn it, dude, the audio is so bad. It's got to be the cord, maybe. The cord could be going bad. I have a spare one somewhere. Ooh. It's like if I wiggle it, I can and can't hear. Maybe, I just might have to go to the old cord if I can find it. But what donation technically helps the most? Any, realistically. I know that's a pretty blanket statement there. But when it comes to donating, you have a couple options. You can do a supporter, which is like a monthly $4.99. If you get a bunch of people to support you at $4.99 a month, I mean, it could add up. If you have like 1,000 of them, I mean, that's $5,000 a month, right? I think I have like 50 subs right now, so I'm not making that much. 5 times 5, right? Not great. Like 250, something like that. Actually, I think it's less than that technically, because I don't think I even have 50 subs. But the other option is you can do a direct donation, like a cash donation. There's links in the description for that. The other option is like Facebook stars, and Facebook stars are still good for me. The only difference is you might pay more. So if you donate a $10 cash donation directly, I basically make $9.85. There might be like a 5 or 10 cent charge on it based on like the payment system, but I pretty much get 99% of it. Stars, on the other hand, I get the full value of what you send. The only difference is you're probably going to spend more to donate a smaller amount. So if you want to donate like $10, it might cost you $12, $15 to do it. There's like a small markup on stars, so it'll sell you like a package on Facebook. It'll say like you can buy 2,000 stars for $24.99. Now, when you donate 2,000 stars, that's $20. I still get the $20 you sent. The difference is you paid the $4.99 extra, and that goes to Facebook. But I still get the 20. So for you, realistically, I think it's more about what's better for you. Like, do you want to give Facebook a slightly higher percentage by doing stars? Or do you want to do like a direct donation, and I would maybe benefit more from the direct donation? And I think most people, when they find that out, they're like, yeah, I'd probably do a direct donation because it makes more sense to do so. It's just people don't know about it. I'm going to see if I can find my other headset thing and try to fix this problem. So give me a sec. I got lucky on that. So with the headphones that I'm using, there's a cord that I got to connect it to. And then you have to connect the right to left. And they have like a little 2-prong cord on there. Now, the problem is that I'm thinking either the IEM has an issue, which is called an in-ear monitor. Okay, that's the right one. I need this one for the left one. But I can't tell if the inside part where these little prongs plug into is the problem for the connection issue. Or, nope, it works. Or if it's the cord itself on the back side of that prong. Because as you wear these, they wrap around your ear, and that cord moves. And over time, I feel like it makes the connection less and less, like the wires might have broken, and it's just not as well as a connection, not a good connection. So we're going to swap the cord out and see if that solves one of my problems. Oop, that one fell out really easily. That's not good. And then if that helps, I won't lose my left ear audio, but right now it's working. The only other problem I'm having with my headset right now is the earbud. Oh, every time I turn, well, I turned and it went away from one ear. It went from my right ear, but I think it's okay. Yeah, no, now I can't hear out of the right ear. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Why is it so touchy? Like, what's the deal? What's going on? Are the IEMs going bad? But if you do donate, either way, let me know. And I can always change this. I can always add to it. I usually try to shout it out. The alerts are usually automatic, and the alerts come in, and I'll see them. Well, speaking of, there you go. There's a good example. Also, my audio's cutting out.
For many years, first time donation. Great to see you back again.
R, thanks for the $12.57. Appreciate the message. No, it's good to be back. I'm glad that you like the streams. Thanks for the first time dono, by the way. You'd be surprised how rare that is. So it's always, always, always appreciated. So that's I think you figured it out. I'm assuming R for Rowan. Yeah, direct donations generally make more sense. But when you're on Facebook, fuck, dude, now this site doesn't work. But when you're on Facebook, people don't really know. Like they're not sure. I might just have to get a new cord. Maybe this cord's broken, and that's why I got rid of it and used the other one. And then now maybe this cord's broke. Like, fuck, dude. I'm just unlucky. Really unlucky. I'm trying to see if I can wiggle this to make the connection better, but I think I'm hosed. I think it's the only way I could do it. But most people on Facebook, like I was saying, don't know about the donations. They're always optional too. Like, they're completely optional. You don't have to do it, but it's really like the only way I can earn a direct income at the moment. Unless I start producing more video content, then I'll eventually get there. But I think Facebook more so, when we first started here, it was more promoted about getting subscriptions and then getting, how would I say this? And then getting, stars, because Facebook makes this percentage on stars. So if streamers are making a lot of donations or getting a lot of donations, Facebook makes money, which, you know, if they're getting like 2-3% of every transaction, you don't think it's a lot. But let's say content creators are generating millions in donations across the board, like tens of thousands of them. It'll eventually add up, and Facebook makes a couple million on the side doing almost nothing, just offering a service to make a little bit of money. So at first they didn't really want us to do direct donations. We had to do stars. But they made the star system so popular that people kept sending a shitload of stars. Like, my star value was crazy at the time. Like, when Facebook was really pushing it, they used to give out free stars, and you would just get free stars and people could give them to you. I don't think they still do that anymore. But I've heard rumors of it happening rarely. Not nearly as aggressive as it used to be. But since I don't have a Facebook contract now, I can do direct donations. I could do stars either way. But I think more so it's just making it available. My big one is, it's like, what link do you guys see in my description? Because I try to keep that link tree thing there, but most people don't see it. And then the other thing is that I can always do a pinned tweet, or a pinned, not tweet, but a pinned post So when you come to the chat, the first line of the chat will be like, hit to follow or something. But I can always change that to say like, you know, become a supporter, and then it'll have a link to become a supporter, or it could be a link to do a direct cash donation. That's always a possibility as well. And I've always been kind of hit and miss with it because I've had it set up before to like encourage new supporters, but that never really works. So I think doing the star one, I think it was set to a star one today, but it might have gotten changed. But sometimes people don't see the Linktree link when they come to the stream. They just click it, they see the stream, and they watch, and they don't see the chat, and they don't see the pinned post.